Hi all, this is your CAFK Vaidya here. So you're going to take CMA Inter Strategic Management Marathon batch, right? So this is a marathon session, meaning we're going to run a marathon, right? Yes. So it's going to be a walkthrough around all the 4 chapters of the strategic management that you have, paper 9B, right? So this is indeed an important part and quite easy to score actually. So we can strategically look at the strategic management paper, right? We'll start. Concept 1, introduction to strategy and strategic management, right? So let's right away jump into it. Coming to strategy. Strategy is not just a random activity, it is a goal oriented action, right? An activity can be of both nature. One is a random thing, other one is a goal oriented one, right? You can randomly walk, you can randomly talk, you can randomly do any activity. But what differentiates a random activity from a strategic activity is the purpose or the goal directed actions, right? So when an organization or an individual or whosoever be it does any activity with a predefined goal in their mind, that activity is going to become a strategic activity, right? So strategy consists of goal directed actions that a firm employs. Why? Two important terms, gain and sustain, right? The end goal is the competitive advantage, as we all know, right? So it is not just to gain a competitive advantage, but to sustain what you have gained, right? So in that sense, gain and sustain both are more important, right? Superior performance relative to the competitors, which we call it the competitive advantage, right? An effective strategy requires diagnosis of competitive challenges through an analysis of the firm's external and internal environment. Environment is the surrounding in which the business is operating, right? Every business has its own environment. The environment doesn't always require to be physical, right? It can also be non-physical, be it political environment, the legal, technological, socio-cultural environment, right? So environment is broadly classified into two. One is the external environment, other one is the internal environment. The internal environment is that environment within the organization which is broadly within the control of the organization, whereas the external environment is beyond the control to a greater extent that management can only manage, or rather the most important thing, adapt to the external environment, right? Say for example, the technological shift happened. Nokia can't control it. They should have adapted it, but they didn't, and we all know what happened rest, right? Managers must develop a guiding policy that provides an overarching approach to identify the competitive challenges. Now, after scanning the environment, we will identify our opportunities and the threats and the challenges we have, right? So the ultimate goal is to gain competitive advantage. We have to frame guiding policies so that we can able to tackle the challenges that we have and gain a competitive position, right? Since we are in heavy competition and we want to gain competitive advantage, which is the ultimate end, right? We can't afford to do mistakes, right? So all the challenges should be mitigated. Now, set of coherent actions must implement to execute the firm's guiding policy effectively. It is not enough if you just execute a, if it is not enough if you just frame a guiding policy, it should be executed. Now, these three things, right? First one is the diagnosis of competitive challenge, that is the first one. Guiding policy is the second one, and the coherent action is the third one. These three are the three elements or the three pillars of strategy, right? The three elements or the three pillars are, first, it diagnose the challenges that you have, right? Just like our doctor does the diagnosis, you do the diagnosis. The second one is, after analyzing the challenge, you have to frame plans or strategy to mitigate or rather tackle the challenges you have, right? So that's going to be the guiding policies. And the third one is, you have to execute what you have planned. That is the third one. So strategy is distinct from functional initiatives like pricing or marketing. Why? See, the ultimate end of strategy is to gain competitive advantage, gain and sustain competitive advantage. Just merely looking at marketing, or what do you mean by functional, right? We have sales, purchase, storing, warehouse, marketing, advertisement, distribution, right? Logistics. These are functions, right? Set of activities that you're going to do in the business system, right? So in that being said, a mere functional initiative cannot be called as a strategy. You can't just say marketing strategy is strategy, because the scope of marketing strategy is not wide enough. Understand this carefully. Is not wide enough to gain and sustain a superior performance. Say for example, you have Puma, you have Nike, right? You have Nike and you have some brand called Puma, right? With the current FIFA World Cup, some might take an advantage and call upon the World Cup winning team, right? Whosoever be it, and they can take an advertisement ad on it, and they can telecast it or publish it, right? That becomes a super hit trend. That becomes a trend for a specific period of time, right? Which is always there. So that being said, that is a marketing strategy. No, if I do that, won't I get any competitive advantage? Indeed, you will gain competitive advantage, but you will not able to sustain it. Sustenance means it is there for a prolonged period, right? If you call some X player, the other company is going to call player Y, right? So in long run, the trend will be vanished. So mere functional initiatives cannot be called a strategy, right? Which supports but do not constitute a complete competitive strategy. Now, this part, competitive advantage. Now, always remember this, competitive advantage is always relative, meaning you cannot absolutely independently see something and say this person is having competitive advantage. No, you can't say that, right? So what you can do is you should compare the two entities and then say this person is competitively advantageous over the other person, right? Meaning it is relative. Whenever something is relative, it should be measured, right? What is the measurement criteria here? That's the benchmark, right? So benchmark can be of two types. One is, just a minute, so benchmark can be of two types. One is the industry average. The next one can be firm specific benchmarks. What do you mean by that? Simple. Say for example, there are 5 businesses in an industry, right? A, B, C, D and E. Their profits accordingly are 70 crores, 80, 65, 110 and 90, right? Now you are, say, B, you are company B. You want to know whether I am competitively advantageous or not. What you should do? You should compare the benchmark. If you are greater than the benchmark, you are having competitive advantage. If you are performing worse than the benchmark, you are having competitive disadvantage, right? And if you are equally doing it on par with benchmark, it is called competitive parity, right? And if this happens on a prolonged, over a long period, then that becomes sustainable competitive advantage, right? Simple. Say for example, your profit is 80. Now we want to compare your 80 with a benchmark, right? You have to compare your 80 with a benchmark. What benchmark I should take? You can either take industry average or firm specific. Firm specific means that firm with which you want to compete. Usually it will be your direct kind of competitors. If not, it can be the one with the highest benchmark level, right? Highest profit or highest market share, or whose whatsoever criteria on which you are going to compare, right? If the highest is there with someone, you can take that, or you can take the rival of whom you really feel like I'm going to compete with E, then 90 becomes your benchmark. So when it comes to average, you're going to be 70 plus 80 plus 65 plus 110 plus 90, right? So 250, 450, 500, 505, right? 505 by 5. So it's going to be somewhere around 101, right? Let's keep it 100. 100 is the benchmark. Let's keep this 60. 100 is the benchmark. Now, if 100 is the benchmark, so let's keep it 60. We have the industry average and firm specific average, right? Let's take the average out, right? So 70, and we have 150, 210, 320 and 410, right? So it's going to be 82 is the average, right? 410 by 5. Now the industry average is 82, that becomes a benchmark. Yours is 80, meaning you are falling behind the benchmark. You are having competitive disadvantage. My God, you are having competitive disadvantage, right? Now if you take firm specific, it can be anything. If say for example your rival is C, then that is competitive advantage over C, not with everyone else, right? And if you are having competition with E, then you have competitive disadvantage. Say for example, there's another firm who's also having 80, right? And they become your competitor. Here it is going to be competitive parity, right? So that's how the concept moves. Yes. Sustainable competitive advantage occurs when outperform rivals over a prolonged period. Competitive disadvantage refers to underperforming rivals, meaning yours is less than the benchmark, while competitive parity exists when the firm perform at the same level, yours is equal to the benchmark. Strategic trade-off must be addressed, requiring managers to balance value creation and against cost. This value cost trade-off, which we call it, is a very, very important concept. Now, the ultimate aim of the strategy is what? It's a goal oriented action, right? What is the goal actually? Is the goal to do seva or something? Definitely not. The goal is to satisfy the stakeholders. Listen to this carefully. The goal is to satisfy the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Who have an interest or influence or both, right? Be very clear with that. A stakeholder is someone who has interest or influence or both in a company. It can be customers, it can be government, it can be employees, it can be media, it can be the local community, it can be debenture holders, equity holders, preference holders, right? Now, the ultimate goal is to make them satisfied. Satisfied means what? Give them value. So the more value you give, they will come. Definitely not. It is not about value, it is about giving a better value cost trade-off. If you think carefully, each and every stakeholder, for them to be in the company, they are incurring a cost. Employees who are working in your company is incurring a cost. He is giving his life, he is giving your time, he is giving his time here, right? He is losing the opportunity cost. There's opportunity cost for him, which he is losing clearly, right? He could have worked somewhere else, but he has chosen to work here, right? So he is foregoing certain amount there. So that's a cost for which he expect a value in return, right? Can the company give that expected value for the cost that he is incurring? That's all, right? So a stakeholder satisfaction is the ultimate goal, and stakeholder satisfaction means a better value cost trade-off. Clear? That's what given here. Successful strategy requires performing different activities or performing similar activities differently. There are two things here, right? If you want to gain competitive advantage, either you have to do different things or do the same thing differently, right? That's how it moves. Than the rivals to stay out on a unique position. To stake out a unique position. Strategic position involves deciding what not to do to avoid the trap of trying to be everything to everyone. This is the most important thing. And write this one if you ever get the question on this. Everything to everyone. What does it mean? Simple. Resources are limited, pa. Since resources are limited, I mean, here given, right? Resources are limited. We can't allocate or other spend our energy and resources on everything that is trivial, right? So you have to identify important tasks that is going to take us towards the goal, right? What is the goal? Customer, stakeholder satisfaction. So every activity that is going to enhance the value cost trade-off of each and every stakeholder, that is going to be done. That's all, as simple as that, right? That being ensured, since the resources are limited, you can't be everything to everyone. You can't be Paramatma, right? So you have to strategically position yourself and not get involved in being everything to everyone. Characteristics and consequence of strategic decision. Always strategy is long term. That is also a reason why the functional initiatives are not strategies, because functional initiatives are short term in nature. Today you may call Ronaldo to come and shoot an ad. After 3 to 4 months the gaga will be down, right? The gaga will be settled, the craze will be settled down, right? So in that case you can't really say these functional initiatives have a long term direction. That's why they are not a form, but they are not forming part of strategy and the overall scope of an organization's activity. Strategic decisions aim to achieve advantage by matching or stretching organizational resources and competencies to the changing environment. We saw about environment, internal, external, and all those things, right? The beauty of the environment is quite dynamic in nature, right? Since the environment is very dynamic, it keeps changing. When the environment changes, we saw the 3 pillars of strategy, right? The first one is diagnosis, that is diagnosis of challenges that is coming out of the environment. When the environment changes, your challenge also changes. When your challenges changes, your strategy changes and implementation should change and everything should change, right? In that case, in a quite competitive yet changing environment, it is very important for the organization to match or stretch the resources and the competencies. Competencies means the capabilities that the organization have to effectively use the resources. Capabilities to effectively use the resources. So there are two things. Resources alone are not sufficient. We need to have certain capabilities to effectively use the resources, right? So these decisions often require major resource changes and significantly impacting the subsequent operational decisions, right? So the complexity of strategic decisions arises from the inherent uncertainty and the need for an integrated approach across the firm, meaning the simple structure that the company is being following for quite a while may not be sufficing, right? In that case, there is an inherent uncertainty because the environment is constantly changing. We are in a changing environment, so we have to have an integrated approach across the firm to ensure flexibility, right? The ultimate aim of this is to ensure flexibility. Strategic management involves handling relationship outside the organization, right? And frequently necessitate significant inherent changes. Outside the organization are called boundary spanning departments, right? This is a technical term that you're going to see in organizational genomics, right? Good. Now come to the hierarchy of strategy. If there is a very small shop, one person can do all the work. If the business expands, he can't do all the work. He should assign or allocate the work to different people. He will tell, they will do. When that becomes even more bigger institution, he will tell to person, another one, someone, he will in turn tell to other person to do it, right? The end goal is action, no doubt about it. To do action is the end. That being said, when an organization expands, we need to naturally follow a hierarchy, right? Someone will tell, other person will do, right? In that way, every organization is broadly categorized into three. One is the corporate level, the other one is the business level, the other one is the functional level. The business level, functional level executes the strategies that has been developed by the corporate level. Corporate level provides the overall, most important phrase. Corporate level always speaks about overall, right? Determine the overall purpose, right? The scope of the organization, including decisions on growth, stability, retrenchment, everything, right? The business focus on how to compete successfully in specific market. Functions, I'll give you an example. Strategy or operational level strategy, most important. Focus on how to compete parts, deliver corporate and business goals through resource productivity. I'll give a simple example. Let's take Reliance Limited. This is what corporate level. Under corporate level, we have different businesses, right? We have oil, we have Geo, we have Smart, Reliance Smart is there, Reliance Digital is there, and we have Trends, right? And under oil, we have different functions. Oil should be procured, oil should be processed, oil should be sold. If we take Geo, we have data cells that we need to, data towers that you have to install, and signaling and all those things should happen, and data distribution should happen, and all these things, right? And if you take Smart, it has its own set of functions. Now this is the business layer, this is the functional layer or the functional level. If you carefully observe, the business level focuses only on specific market, what I should do in oil. They will not even care about what Geo does or what Smart does. And inside that, every business we have functions. The functional person will only focus on that function within the business. Meaning, the say for example, even in digital, you have procurement, storing, and selling. The person here will not even know what is happening here. You may say both are procurement. No, both are procurement, but both are in a separate industry. That makes it two different functional units, right? So that is the hierarchy, right? So they will tell the overall scope, what Reliance Limited should do. That is, they will tell. What I should do for my specific business level tells. And each and every functions only specifically thinks about how component parts deliver corporate and business goals through resource productivity, right? They do the action, right? The hierarchy of strategy refers to these three levels nest within each other to provide mutual support and alignment. Coming to red ocean and blue ocean, it's quite an important, the differentiation is very important. Red ocean and blue ocean strategy. What do you mean by that? It's a very beautiful concept actually. It's a very simple analogy. I'll tell you something, just carefully listen to this. The fish there in the ocean are the opportunities. The sharks are the businesses, including you, including yourself. That is, you are there in a business, right? From a business point of view, the sharks are the businesses, the fish is the opportunity. Now think and tell, if you see a ocean which is or a area in the ocean, right? A specific view of the ocean. If you see that patch is completely blue, what does it mean? If the patch is completely blue, that means there is no sharks that has bitten the fish, right? Right? If a shark bites the fish, the area will be, blood will ooze out, and the area will be having some patch of red, right? Patches of red. That being said, if an area is looking blue, that means what? Either there are no fish at all. If there is no fish, what to bite? Or no shark. Or fishes are there, but no shark. This is important, right? So when I call it blue ocean, in a blue ocean, but when an ocean is looking red, that means what? There is only one possibility. There are fishes and there are sharks, and there are sharks that are biting the fishes, meaning the businesses are exploiting the opportunities. So red ocean means the opportunities are exploited or getting exploited by the businesses. In a blue ocean, it is uncharted territory. Uncharted meaning no one has ever gone there. There is no shark there, meaning there might be a lot of opportunities. If you go there, you will be the new entry, right? Example, if you take the delivery platform, right? Before Swiggy and all those things, we'll be going to a physical restaurant, have a food and come, right? So Zomato or Swiggy were the first entrant to mark that, right? That's a blue ocean. ChatGPT, classic example, right? Before that, we had to type in Google and search and all those things in the right. The way we approach a certain study has completely changed because of ChatGPT, right? Once they came, and then Google started Gemini and all those things, right? Copilot and everything came, right? So it's more like a blue ocean, meaning when they entered, no one was there to compete with them. They are completely new people, right? When an ocean place is red, that means sharks eat fishes and the ocean is full of blood, looking red. Blood red. On the other hand, if it is blue, only three possibilities: no sharks, no fishes, or no sharks and fishes at all, right? Or there's a fourth possibility also there, sorry, no sharks but only fishes. That's the thing. No sharks but only fishes. What's the difference? This is a very, very important differentiation. Red ocean means existing market. Blue ocean means new market. Existing means the opportunities are exploited by the businesses. Focus on competing with existing industry, right? So if you enter this industry, you should also fight for the fishes. But here the aim is to create new market demand. ChatGPT didn't fight with Google, it created its own market demand. Both you have to fight with the competition. Here competition becomes irrelevant. Very important. Blue ocean strategy, competition becomes irrelevant. Exploit existing demand, create and capture new demand. Make the value cost trade off, break the value cost trade off, right? Here you have to worry about value cost and all. Why? Because the more the cost is, more the value if you try to give, more will be the cost, right? So you should have a balance, right? You can't provide a good which is very cheap at very low quality. At the same time, you can't only focus on quality and increase the price. I will give gold plated pani puri. Who wants 3000 rupee pani puri? I don't want 3000 rupee pani puri, right? So in those cases where there is a red ocean, people are already focusing on eating the fishes, right? You have to just find a fish and eat. You can't be playing around with value, cost and all. So you have to quickly find a value cost trade-off. But here you break it, meaning whatever cost it can be, people will be willing to pay for it, because you are more like a monopoly, the only player who is going to give this product or service. No one else ever is giving it. Seeks to offer both superior value and lower cost by redefining the industry boundaries. To capture the market, what are you going to do? Initial phases, if you take Swiggy and all, right, initial phases they gave lot of discounts and it was literally zero delivery fee and all, right? Why? Market penetration. Since it's a new product, people will not be aware of it, right? People will be a bit skeptical about using it, right? So they, to promote the product, they reduced the cost initially. This is only on initial phase, and in the long run, now we know a normal 90 rupees dosa is charged at 180. That's a different case. Coming back, align the whole system of firm's activity with strategic choices of differentiation or low cost, meaning either they do differentiation, that is do something different, or they go for cost leadership strategy. Either they can focus on value. If you focus on value, then becomes differentiation. If you focus on cost, it becomes cost leadership. Align the whole system of firm's activity in pursuit of differentiation and lower cost. Why they do it? Because once they did it, they seal the new entry. It acts as a barrier. See, I am the blue ocean player. I am the first player to enter the market, and whenever the moment I entered it, I capitalize that market such that I give it completely new product at a completely uncompetable price. No new player can dare to enter. Correct? Huh? That is the concept here. Strategic management elements. Strategic management is a set of decisions and actions determining long-term performance evaluation from traditional corporate planning. Meaning, strategy is not equal to plan, because plan stops with formulation, but strategy goes on further with implementation and evaluation and control. So, what are the steps in strategic management process? Is a very, very important thing. First thing is environmental scanning. You should know in what environment you are working on. It can be political, legal, socio-cultural, demographical, right? Involves monitoring and evaluating information from internal and external environment to identify future strategic factors. Strategy formulation. After analyzing the environment, you draft a plan. That is formulation. You formulate a strategy. Once the strategy is formulated, you have to implement the strategy, that is strategy implementation. Evaluation and control. Once it is implemented, is enough or not? No. We saw the environment keeps changing. When the environment keeps changing, the environment is constantly dynamic in nature, the strategy should be revisited, right? The management to constantly see and evaluate whether the existing strategy is still holding right. If the existing strategy is not correct or not in line with the new changed environment, the strategy should be revisited. Meaning, this entire cycle of environment scanning, formulation, implementation, evaluation, control, again you have to scan the environment. It is a cyclical process, right? It is not a vertical linear process, it is a cyclical process. Clear? So, meendum again repeatedly you have to do it. Involve monitoring performance and taking corrective actions to resolve problems and stimulate process restarts. In this summary book, you will also have some keywords that you can use against the concept, right? Concept 2, alignment of strategy with vision, mission and culture, right? What is a vision? Vision is the ultimate thing that you wish to achieve, the ultimate end, the Mount Everest or the peak. The peak is called the vision. What is the ultimate thing that you're gonna do, right? It vividly descriptive image of the organization's desired future state, serving the long term aspiration, right? It's a desired future state, not the present state, where I wish to see myself. That is the thing. Long term aspiration that focus on collective energy of all members. The realization of vision requires it to supported by hard to reverse strategic commitments, meaning It should not be like today I feel I want to become a doctor, tomorrow I feel I will become an engineer. That's what kids does. They are telling hard to reverse strategic commitment, meaning don't be a kid, be committed. You have to do certain works. Once you fix the vision, you have to start doing the work such that you cannot come back. No, Jailer movie Rajini sir would tell, right? ரொம்ப உள்ள வந்துட்டேன் ரிவர்ஸ் போக முடியாது. That's the exact same thing. That is what they are telling, right? I started working on this vision and I given everything, started giving everything. It is impossible for me to reverse it, or rather very hard for me to reverse it. And a clear alignment with economic fundamentals to ensure that it is not merely a superficial statement of intent. Very, very important. For vision is not a statement of intent. There we saw strategy is not planned. Here vision is not statement of intent. Vision is not a statement of intent. It's not like I wish I do this. No, I am doing it and I am committing. I am committing my resources to this such that it is very hard to reverse it. What are the benefits? Now, why should I have a vision, pa? Vision is required for, you can understand this mnemonics, 2 acid risk. T stands for long term thinking. Vision enforces long term thinking. Only when you think for a long term, you will really know in which direction you are proceeding, right? Otherwise you will be going somewhere, you don't know where, somewhere you will be going. Good vision fosters long term thinking by shifting the focus from immediate operation concerns towards organization future trajectory. This enduring perception provides the strategic stability needed to navigate through environmental changes without losing sight of core destination. Clear? Next one is competitive, original, unique and practical. T stands for long term thinking. O stands for original. The vision should be original. You should not copy the vision from someone else and then say this is my vision. It should naturally come from who you are as a person, right? A natural expression of who you are as a living entity. Effective visions are competitive and original, specifically tailored to the organization to ensure they provide unique roadmap and in a crowded marketplace. Only when you are unique, you will be standing apart. If not, you will be one among 1,000, not one in 1,000. While aspirational, they must remain practical. Most important thing. It is not enough that it should be original. I feel like I have a vision, I will build a huge township in Jupiter. You can't do it. It is impractical because Jupiter is a gas planet, right? It can be Mars at least, but it cannot be Jupiter, right? So it should be remaining practical. So it should be original, it should be competitive, it should be difficult to achieve. It should not be like very easy to achieve, right? It should not be like tomorrow I will sleep for 10 hours, that is my vision. No, right? So it should be original, it should be competitive, it should be unique, but the most important thing, it should be practical, right? A stands for alignment. Alignment of what? Of the organizational structure. The structure of the organization should be supporting the strategy. Structure, support, strategy. Remember carefully, not the other way around. It is not the strategy that supports the structure. It is always the structure that supports the strategy. If the structure is not supporting the strategy, what I should do? Change the structure, not the strategy. Organization structures such as compensation and reward systems must be intentionally aligned. The structure must be aligned with the firm's vision. It is not that the firm's vision should be compromised for the structure. This alignment ensures that all internal mechanisms and resource allocations are directed towards supporting the pursuit of future state. 2 ACI, acid, right? ACI, CI stands for common identity. A vision should create a sense of common identity. It should not be something like only he has this, he know what he is doing, and just supporting power. It cannot be the case. A powerful vision has a unifying force. Only when there is a common idea, everyone in the organization, every stakeholder identifies with the vision. That is most important. Every stakeholder should identify himself with the or herself with the vision, right? Facilitating the creation of a common identity that helps employees feel they are connected. They should not feel like that is their vision, I am just working. No, then they will not at all work with enthusiasm, they won't work with inquisitiveness, right, to a single large entity. It provides a shared sense of purpose, focusing the attention and every energy for every member of the same aspirational objectives. Clear? A, C, I, D. D stands for discontinuity. It's a very beautiful concept. Always remember, life is never like this. It is always correct. It is not smooth, nor it is curvy linear. It is more like a discontinuity, meaning what? You are continuing in one way and that thing is discontinued, and you go up, and you won't keep on going up, you stop somewhere and you continue, and again that is discontinuity. Again you continue and discontinue, right? Continue, discontinue, continue, discontinue. This is what is called as discontinuity or a step function. This looks like a step, right? Continue, discontinue, continue, discontinue, continue, discontinue, or a discontinuity, most important. Signaling a significant leap, no, the leap that you give. You're going, it will go like this. It's not like you go like this, right? Rather than a minor incremental improvement, over the status quo. Status quo is the current status. This jump ahead, you jump, right, helps the company define exactly what it must become. Meaning a vision should also ensure that it is like this, right? It should not ensure that you are going smooth. It should not be smooth. If it is smooth, then there is a problem with the vision. Meaning it is not competitive. If it is smooth, it is not competitive. Only if it is having a discontinuity, it will be competitive. Clear? Risk. R stands for risk taking. It provides a clear and a compelling direction. A good vision fosters organizational culture that encourage risk taking. Since we know the direction, we feel like okay, we can take a risk. If there is no vision, we will be blindly speculating on it, right? I stands for inspiring, right, and exhilarating. Visions should be inspiring. They should inspire. Only then employees will work. If not, motivation will not be there, right? State of encourage employees to exert extra effort and create necessity to overcome the sizable competitive challenges and establish competitive advantage. You overcome competitive challenge and establish competitive advantage. R, I is done. Yes, internal stakeholders are invested in defining the vision. It should be like all the internal stakeholders are actively invested in defining the vision. Meaning it should not be like a one person thing, but entire stakeholders are involved in it and actively participate in it. A broad-based buy-in. Broad-based buy-in means what? It's a very important term. Buy-in means commitment. Commitment from whom? From all internal stakeholders. Commitment from all internal stakeholders. Clear? When employees participate in visions creation, when they so for that what we should do? Participate everyone. When you are drafting a vision, don't draft it sitting in an AC room alone and draft it. When you draft a vision, include everyone, involve everyone into the vision making process, such that they will be like, okay, I contributed to this, so I will also work on it. This is also my vision. That is because the company has taken my point of view also. So when employees participate in vision's creation, it becomes a part of the organization, right? It not be like an employee is a separate person, the company having a separate vision is a separate entity. The employee, company, vision, everyone becomes one and the same, right? To a higher accountability and personal dedication will be there. And the last one, 2 ACID, instead of RISK we have RISC pa. That is the only difference. RISC, it is not K, risks. C is customer oriented. Always the vision should be customer oriented pa. What I am going to serve the customer, that is the end. From the customer, revenue is going to flow. If you are not focusing on customer, should be customer oriented. Defining the business in terms of providing solution to customer needs rather than just the production of a, it's not be like I produce a product and I give it. You should critically ask, is my product or service adding value to customer? Meaning you do every activity thinking or keeping in mind the customers who you are serving. That is customer oriented. All activities, customers become the center. If I do this, by doing this activity, will my customer be benefited? If yes, I will do the activity. That is customer oriented. Clear? So having understood comprehensively about vision, we'll move on to mission. What is a mission? Mission fundamentally says what you're going to do. You have a vision, right? What you're doing now. What you're doing now to achieve the vision. That is going to be the vision, what we do. Defines the fundamental purpose and the present identity, what you're doing now. Answering who we are and what we do now, to establish its unique operational domain and social contribution. Say for example, my vision is to generate or rather build a sustainable locomotive, right, or rather a vehicle, be it a car or whatever be it, right. I want to build a sustainable car, be it like it can be EV car or whatever be it, the best sustainable car, right. That is your ultimate vision. If that is being said, now what you are doing for it, I have invested, I have entered a MOU with a lithium extractor, lithium manufacturer there in China, then that becomes mission, because you are doing something in line with your ultimate aim, which is the vision, right. So acting as a primary step in strategy formulation, it creates shared internal expectations, right. It creates a sense of shared internal expectation system. Now the mission can be further divided into two. One is the product oriented mission, other one is the customer oriented mission, right. One is the product oriented, other one is the customer oriented. What do you mean by product oriented and what do you mean by customer oriented? Simple. If what you are going to do is going to have an impact on the product, that becomes product oriented. If what you're going to do is going to have an impact on the customer, then it becomes customer oriented. As simple as that. I'll give an example. I am developing a dry cell technology in EV battery. That becomes product oriented mission. I am focusing on enhancing the customer experience when they drive over a speed breaker. Clear? That becomes customer oriented, right. Focus on underlying needs, ensure strategic flexibility and protection against major environmental or demand shifts. Most important. What does that say? Which is actually more flexible, which is correct? If you carefully observe, in a product oriented mission, you are focusing on the product. That product may or may not give the value the product may or may not give the desired value to the customer, point number one. Point number two, even if it is so, when the environment is constantly changing, right? Environment constantly changes. In that case, if the product or the current state of technology becomes obsolete, all the efforts are wasted. But if you are customer oriented, if it is not one means of achieving the end, there will be yet another mean, right? I'll give an example. In a product oriented mission, the product is just a means of achieving the end. What is the vision's end? The vision should always be customer oriented. The end is customer oriented. If the means are product oriented, then that means what? The means actually become the end, which is a riskier thing, right? The means may or may not serve the end. But if the mission, which is the means, also serves the end, which is the customer satisfaction, then we can with utmost confidence say that a customer oriented mission statement is more flexible. Clear? So that is the concept here. Organizational culture. Culture consists of what? What do you mean by culture? What people do, behave, believe, everything forms part of culture. Broadly, it consists of a shared unconscious assumption, right? It consists of a shared unconscious assumption and belief that defines how a group perceives itself and the environment. Culture shapes the way we see things. Value layer establish the bedrock standard. So, what is the initial layer? First layer is the value layer. Everyone will have their own value system. Value system is what they think is correct, what they think is appropriate, what they think is more profound. They follow it. How employees should conduct business and achieve their missions. The second layer is the belief. Belief is what you believe is correct. Specific collective ideas expressed through discourses regarding organizational issues and policies. The third one is the action layer or the behavior layer. Behavior layer are the visible behavior, right? The visible activities that you do, the daily routines, symbolic actions, structure of the organization, everything shows the behavior of the organization. Just give me a minute. So, the base layer is the value layer, and then we have the belief layer, and then we have the behavior layer, that is the visible actions that people do, right? And the last one is the paradigms or the taken for granted assumption, right? Which is that which we do without any conscience. Unconsciously, if we are exposed to a situation, immediately what we do? Clear? If we touch the fire, what we do? Immediately take that, right? It is taken for granted in the sense we don't do it consciously. Even before the consciousness hit, we remove the hand. That is taken for granted because a paradigm, that is a deeply embedded pattern within us that the member find it difficult to even explain. Like this is their nature, right? This is a very nature and I can't change it. And always remember, this culture is very hard to change, right? Environment changes, but strategy should also change. But strategy involves people. People have their own culture, but the culture should also change. But culture is very hard to change because culture has very deep rooted layers, that is values, beliefs, behavior and the paradigms, and the paradigms are the most difficult to explain. If you can't even explain, forget about changing it, right? That's a problem here. Culture's influence on strategy. Managing strategy is complex precisely because unconscious culture, market, important, are inherently difficult to observe, identify or control. It is not just or, it is actually under control. Cultural capture, this is what you call as cultural capture. You are captured by your own culture, meaning you want to change the strategy but the culture is not supporting it. I can't change the culture, I can't change the very person I am. occurs when an organization becomes unable to implement strategies that fall outside the established cultural bounds. During environmental shifts, managers tend to favor solutions that align with existing paradigms rather than adopting radical changes. When a new environmental change comes, people, even the top management, will be used to thinking in a particular way, correct? Every people, every human being is used, accustomed to think in a particular manner. If that is the case, if something new environmental change comes, I would not be able to think of something, that is, I can't able to move away from the existing paradigm and think of that new change in a different perspective, right? So that becomes a problem. That is the cultural capture here, right? So the new strategies will not be a new strategy. It is like the old wine in the new bottle, right? The old strategy given in a new form. Why it is old? Because it is coming from the existing paradigms. Clear? Ethical behavior and strategic leadership. Now, a leader should foster ethical behavior. How? By articulating formal code of ethics and constantly giving life to those values through action, right? You should not just speak about ethics, you should live by it. Decisions must be evaluated for both economic sense and alignment with the organization's stated ethical priorities. Incentives and reward system must explicitly encourage integrity and sanction misconduct to sustain ethical culture. If any unethical activity is done, it should be sanctioned as a misconduct, right? Ethical core values act as a guardrails that maintain the strategic stability. The tracks that maintain the stability are the ethical thing. The ethical core values are the basic thing that maintains stability. If there is no ethics, no stability. No ethics, no stability. And ensure success beyond mere legal compliance. Effective corporate laws provide the essential check and balance to ensure strategic goals are pursued legally. Always remember one thing, law is not equal to ethics. It is not just enough to just follow a particular law, right? It is equally important to be ethical. So you can't just question, I am doing something legal, whether it is ethical or not. Then you may ask, does all ethical things legal or illegal? Definitely not. I'll give an example. Law is about, what law tells is, don't do wrong. Law tells don't do wrong, which is not equal to ethics tells do right. Not doing wrong is not equal to doing right, right? So that is the fundamental differentiation here. Goals and objectives. Goals are broad, close-ended attributes of what an organization hopes to accomplish in the future period. I want to clear CMA Inter. It is a close-ended one, because once you clear CMA Inter, it is done, the goal is achieved. It's a close-ended one, but it is broad in nature. So what we need specific targets, not broad targets. Clearing CMA is your goal. CMA Inter is your goal. So what should be the objective? Translate the strategic vision into specific performance targets. Instead of you telling I am going to clear CMA Inter, you tell I am going to study 8 hours a day for next 2 to 3 months daily. That becomes objective. Why? It is specific performance target. It is quantifiably measurable. It is measurable. Objective should be measurable and should always be time bound. You can't tell I am going to study for 8 hours a day. That is objective. No, that is measurable, fine. But how long you are going to study 8 hours a day? For 50 years, for 500 years, for 2 to 3 months. It should always time bound, right? And that objectives, only a measurable thing can be taken for appraisal, correct? Because to appraise, to evaluate your performance, they need some measurable target. So objectives are used for standard appraisals, right? Characteristics of effective objective. Now, can I fix anything as objective? No. So what are the characteristics of a good objective? It should be smart. S for specific. Objective should be specific. It should not be blabbering or buffing around, right? Second one, understandable. Strategy should be clearly understood. Third one, measurable. Strategy can easily be measured. The fourth one is attainable. Objective should be attainable. The objective should be measurable. Objective should be specific. The objective should be understandable. Say for example, you are telling a sales representative a target, an objective. The sales representative should be able to understand it. You can't keep on dumping them with technical phrases and say objective is given. That person who should take the task should understand it, right? So specific, understandable. It should be measurable. Objective should be measurable. 8 hours, 20 units, 500 crores profit. It should be measurable. It should be attainable. Say for example, you are telling your salesperson you should sell 50,000 units in one day. Or objective. Yes, it is objective. 50,000 is an objective. 50,000 units in one day. 50,000 is a specific performance measure. One day, time bound. Objective. Is it an effective objective? It is an objective, but is it an effective objective? No, because it is not attainable. Targets, at the same time, please understand, it should not be like you sell 5 units in one day. That is very easy. It should not be in this end, nor it should be in this end. Targets must be challenging but realistic. That's the thing. Challenging but realistic. CBR. Relevant. There should be a direct link between the objective and the overall vision. Objective and the vision should be linked. That's the thing. Time bound, I told, right? Deadline should be specified to inject a sense of urgency and act as a motivator for attaining a given data, right? So it should always be time bound. Important issues in setting objectives. There are certain things that you should be focusing on. One is specificity. Here specificity and this specific is not same. Please understand. This specificity and this specific is not same. Here specificity speaks about what level. We saw about organizational hierarchy, right? Corporate, business and function. Now at what level the objective is going to be operated, right? Unlike the specific character, this issue related to organizational level, not about that specificity. Here is corporate or general or particular, meaning corporate or business or functional, for which the objectives are stated to be met and evaluated. Who should fulfill the objective? That's all. Specificity is who should fulfill the objective. Multiplicity. This acknowledge that organizations rarely work on single objective. We can't have one objective. Marketing people will have one objective, sales people will have one objective, purchase departments will have another objective, corporate layer will have one objective, functional layer will have another objective, meaning multiplicity. Multiplicity is diverse range of objectives. Clear? Periodicity. It involves integrating. Here periodicity is integrating the long term and the short term. The short term objective should be in line with the long term vision. That's all. Verifiability, most important thing. You set an objective. It is measurable. Everything is there. But I can't verify whether he has achieved that objective or not. What is the use? Focus on practical ability to determine if an objective has been achieved or met, right? If the objective is met or not. If the objective is met or not. Reality. This highlights the gap between official objective and operative objective. Meaning what? official objective is what the firm profess to do, what they wish to do, right? They have huge visions, right? So they obviously will have a lot of desires, and who doesn't have desires? So in that way, the official objective will be one thing, and the operative objective, you may say, call a person and say, hey, you sell 1500 units a day. That is your aspiration. Reality is something different, right? Those that actually supported by tangible resource allocation. Say for example, I should produce 30,000 units a day. You have only one machinery whose capacity is 2000 units. 2000 units per say 4 hours. What maximum you can do? You can maximum produce 12,000 units. More than that, possible. Meaning this 30,000 is the official objective, but the 12,000 maximum, that 12,000 is exploiting 24 hours, becomes the tangible resource allocation possible. Quality. The quality is judged by the ability to provide specific direction. Simple. The goal is what? Aligning the objective with the vision. Meaning whether my objective is giving me a sense of direction towards the ultimate vision. If yes, then the quality of the objective is perfect. Increase revenue by 30% is a high quality objective, whereas increase revenue is not. Right? Why? Because the 30% is giving, we have something to work on, that's all. Increase revenue now what? 1000 rupees revenue, 1001 increase. Can you sit? No. Right? So you have something to work on, direction. Objectives of strategic management. Concept 3, objectives of strategic management, right? So we do all these things, right? Mission, all those things. What is the end objective of it, right? That's what we're going to find out. The strategic management is distinct from operational management because it addresses ambiguous, non-routine situations, the organization-wide implication on it, right? There are many terms here. One is, it actually deals with something which is ambiguous. Ambiguous is more like not so clear, right? Non-routine situations with organizational wide implication rather than specific functional problem, right? So functional initiatives cannot be constituted as strategy, right? While operational manager focus on day-to-day resources, customer service, etc., the strategic managers must handle complexity of the entire organization's long-term direction, right? Entire organization's long-term direction. This role is uniquely challenging because it requires managers to transition from a specialized background into a broader scope of responsibility that integrates various operational tasks. So strategic manager works more like an integrator. That's what they're telling. Now, what are the objectives of strategic management process? Resource optimization. Right? The primary objective is to identify external opportunities and adapt or stretch the internal resources and competencies to exploit them. Meaning internal resources should be matched with the external opportunities. That's all. IR to EO. Conceptual framework. Strategic management provides essential conceptual framework to help managers understand the critical relationship between the business actions, right? So it creates a framework to understand the entire business. Competitive advantage. Indeed, the ultimate end of strategic management is to gain and sustain. Enjoy and sustain. Enjoy here is gain, right? Gain and sustain competitive advantage. Stakeholders responsiveness, meaning they must remain responsive to stakeholders, right? They have to identify the critical success factor to meet the customer needs, right? So customer is the important stakeholder, and stakeholders responsiveness, meaning you should be responsive to the needs of the stakeholder. Failure avoidance, right? Strategic management fundamentally it's done to avoid failures. Strategic thinking and a change, right? Since the environment also changes, you have to be adaptive to that, right? For that you need strategic thinking. Organizational genomics. Genome comes from gene. Gene means what? A fundamental strand of DNA, right? One gene is equal to one stakeholder. One stakeholder means what? One equity shareholder, only one customer, like that. Genome means group of genes. So genome means group of stakeholders, equity shareholders, one genome. Debenture shareholders, another genome. Employees, another genome. Customers, another genome, right? So fundamentally we have so many genomes here. How each and every genome is going to interact with each other, the study of it is called genomics. Omics means study of something, right? Economics means the study of the economy becomes economics. So in that manner, genomics means study of genome. Genome is group of genes interacting with one another. So study of group of genes and their interaction with one another is called genomics. Here gene is one stakeholder. So study of stakeholder and the group of stakeholders interacting with each other with the company is what we are going to read in organizational genomics. Clear appa? So what we need, see, stakeholders are there and the organization is there. We need to connect with the stakeholders for communicating. For connecting we need something called the boundary spanning departments, right? Section 178 of Companies Act specifically states that we need to have stakeholder relationship committees, right? Public affair, investor relation, customer relation, etc. For that, the managers and employees must be aware of the human behavior within these interactions to provide an optimal and productive working environment. That's a very important thing. Why? Because if the behavior within the organization is not good, the communication will also be not good. What is there within comes out, right? So if you squeeze an orange juice, orange comes out, orange juice comes out, not an apple juice or a mango juice. Similarly, communication coming out of the organization, for that to be healthy, the organization's internal health should be healthy, right? Internally the organization should be healthy. For that they need to work on the human behavior within the business, right? Organization communication refers to the form and channel used to direct a group towards common goal. So primary responsibility, develop efficient message system by identifying and removing various barriers to communication. Employees' attitude are shaped by outer system, right? That is the mutual relationship and the business cooperation forms the inner system. So there are two things. One is the outer system, which is nothing but the outside ecosystem in which the organization is interacting. That is the outer system. The inner system is nothing but the behavioral quality of the institution or the mutual relationship, friendship, the business cooperation that they have, right? How good the organization connected within is the inner system. So the personal behavior and work environment is driven by cognitive, emotional and a cognitive process which are interpreted differently by each individual based on their established attitude. We have many barriers to entry, communication, right, within the organization. Some may be of higher education, some might not have very good education, some may be drawing a very high salary, some may draw a very low salary. In these situations, these creates an up and down thing, right? In that way, it creates a lacune or a gap. That gap should be filled. If not, the inner system will not be working properly. That's what they are telling. Strategic leadership quality. What is the quality of a strategic leader? He should be visionary and he should be a very good communicator. He should be able to see the long term direction of the organization and the ability to communicate the long term direction properly to every stakeholder there in the organization. He should be an aligner. Aligner of what? Align the vision to all the activities that is being carried out, right? Empowerment and delegation. He should empower the workforce. He should delegate the work properly. Consensus building. Leadership should strive to develop a consensus for their ideas among subordinates rather than raw authority. Meaning what? Idea should be bigger than authority. That's all. Idea should be bigger than authority. Meaning, I am a very big person. Who are you to tell? You should not tell like that. If he is selling something good, listen to it. Because good ideas, we don't know from where it will come. Emotional intelligence. For emotional intelligence, there are 5 psychological attributes. We know self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. If these 5 are there, these 5 are what we constitute as emotional intelligence. EI has 5 pillars. Now, self-awareness and regulation. Self-aware individuals understand their own moods, right, and their limitations with self-regulating, while self-regulation allows them to control destructive impulses. Self-regulation control impulses. Self-awareness understand their own moods. Just remember it that way, right? And think before you act. That is self-regulation. You regulate yourself. You train these traits help elicit trust and confidence from subordinates. Motivation is passion for work, right? So that makes you work energetically. Empathy is allowing yourself to experience others' feelings, right? So consider the feelings and viewpoint of subordinates. Here subordinates can be understood as others. Social skills involves friendliness with a purpose to move people to a desired direction. That's all. Organizational change management. It reflects a commitment to growth and evolution. What does it mean? Simple pa. Environment changes. We should also change. But change is change in culture, which is very difficult because it is unconscious. So we need to have a change management process. That's what they are telling. So what are the popular organizational change management thing? Kurt Lewin's model is there, 7S framework is there, ADKR model is there, and we have the ACMP, Association of Professional Change Managements. What they recommend? They recommend a 5-step process, evaluating impact. First, evaluate the impact of change, formulate a strategy to mitigate the impact, develop the plan, execute the plan, and close the effort. Employee buy-in. Buy-in means what? Commitment. So change management is impossible without employee commitment or employee buy-in. Impossible without people, right? So even the more well-designed strategy is likely to fail without invested stakeholders and prepared leadership. That's what. If employees are not changing, the change management will not work. That's all. Alignment with individual level objective and the organization level objective. This is another very important thing. Individual level objective doesn't mean your own objective. Individual means the job specific objective or the functional objective, right? So the functional objective should be in line with the organizational objective. Personal objectives are job specific goals, right? Negotiated between the manager and the employees. They establish 5 to 7 goals per individual to maintain focus. These goals should be in line with the organizational goals and objectives, right? So what are types of measure? Activity based measure, outcome based measure, team level measure. Now they want to measure the performance, that is the personal objective should be measured, right? How they can perform, number of activities performed, activity based, outcome they get, right? Say for example 3% net profit, 5% reduction in cost. This can be outcome based. Team level objective, meaning objective will be assessed on the team level, right? Objective designed to maximize collective effort, team level, and ensure high quality effort across the entire group or team. The same SMART framework again repeated: specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time based. FAST framework, right? Which is also, we saw, right, frequently discussed, ambitious, specific metrics, and transparent. Meaning the mission should be frequently discussed. Discuss doesn't mean gossip among the peers. Discuss there is the two-way communication. That's all. Two-way communication, which we call as the feedback thing, right? Immediate feedback, the two-way communication. Ambitious, it should be very challenging and ambitious, but it should be realistic. You should be always thinking in that line. It should be challenging, but again without being impossible to achieve, meaning it is realistic. And then specific measure, meaning it should be translated to a concrete metric or milestone to provide absolute clarity regarding what employees are expected to deliver. Transparent, when something is transparent, peer pressure comes. If, say for example, your school is releasing the mark sheet of not just yours but everyone else, your parents will see your friends' marks, If you scored 80, they scored 90, obviously they are going to have a dhamaka, they will ask, right? The same thing. So what happens is, when the objectives result, right, when the appraisals result are transparent, it creates peer pressure. That's what you should be focusing on clearly. Types of performance objectives: productivity objectives, quality and efficiency objective, education and self development objective. These three are fundamental performance objectives, right? So productivity objective, how much volume of work you have completed, that is volume of work and expected to complete within a specific time frame. Time frame is important, time bound we saw. Quality and efficiency, this speaks about quantity, this speaks about quality. Productivity is quantity. It is not just enough if you have quantity of work done, it should be of good quality, right? So focus on speed and manner in which the activities are performed, helping to optimize the use of time and resources, right? The quality standards. Education, that is the learning curve, right? The learning new skills, completing courses, job shadowing colleagues or something like that. So these things are the performance objectives that are expected from an employee. Strategic alignment of goals. Now the goal should be aligned. Aligned means what? Aligned to the ultimate vision of the organization. So aligning personal goal with the organizational objective is critical. Without alignment, motivation tend to deteriorate. Mark it important, right? As employee fail to see the impact of their work. See, I am doing something, but I can't see the impact of the work in the growth of the organization, right? Meaning the growth of the organization has nothing to do with the work that I am doing. In that case, fundamentally you lose motivation. You will lose motivation. That should not happen. Accountability and prioritization. Why we should align the goal? Because only when the goals are aligned, it can be measured properly, and only when something is measured, you can be held accountable for the responsibility which you are assigned to, right? Direct impact on the actions, encouraging them to take personal accountability for the assigned tasks. It assists the clear prioritization of responsibilities. Clear? Collaboration and cohesiveness. What does it mean? So only when the individual goals are aligned with the organizational goals, there will be collaboration and cohesiveness, right? If not, what will happen? Individuals will be going like this, organization will be going like this, and there is no match, right? So foster greater collaboration and team cohesiveness. Shared understanding ensures all employees are working in the same direction, right? Balance the scorecard, important concept. What does it mean? Simple, pa. In earlier days, people used to focus only on one matrix, that is financial indicator, right? So when only the financial perspective is taken, meaning only when a company is making a net profit, the company is a good company. But that is not always the case, right? Because the financial indicator is a lagging indicator, right? That which shows the effect after the event has taken place, right? You will get to know that you have made loss after analyzing the financials. So financial statement will not predict anything, it will just show what is being done, right? In that case, it is more a lagging indicator. So seeing only the financial indicator and telling the business is not doing good is not correct, right? So what they are doing is, you just apply, you don't just give all 100 marks to finance alone. You balance the scorecard, right? You're going to give marks, a score to it, but you give a balanced scorecard, meaning here we are going to have 4 perspectives. One is the financial, which is the old one, which is also always going to be there, the financial health, right? Measured by revenue, earnings, return, cash flow, etc. The next one is customer perspective, how happy the customers are, how satisfied the customers are, right? Ability to provide quality goods to customer satisfaction and loyalty. What are the metrics that can be used? Now, most importantly, against each and every perspective, we are going to build metrics or KPI, key performance indicators, right? And we are going to measure these KPIs, right? And give the score. Clear? So These perspectives have KPI. KPI will give a score, and that we will analyze. Clear? That's how the thing goes. So third one is internal business, how strong the internal processes are. Key internal processes, the mechanism of an organization exists must excel to achieve the strategic goals. Learning and growth perspectives. Is there learning in the organization? Ability, skill is being improved. Capabilities and skills are improved to meet the evolving customer expectation and technological needs. Right? So strategy mapping and visual representation. Strategic map fundamentally means what? Connecting the four perspectives in a cause and effect sequence. What causes what? Poor learning, poor customer satisfaction will be there. Poor learning, poor internal processes will be there. When internal processes are poor, financial will be affected. When customers are unhappy, financial will be affected. There is a cause and effect relationship with these four perspectives, right? Mapping the cause and effect is called as strategy mapping. The map clarifies the relationship between individual strategic objective and the overall organizational intent. It is a visual tool. You can see this, right? Helps the manager identify the specific activities required to drive the desired outcome across the scorecard. Clear? So how to build a scorecard? A balanced scorecard can be built like this. Establish the strategic intent. So first define the vision and the mission, and then design the scorecard. So it must identify specific measures, which we call it key performance indicators for the four perspectives, right? And then strategy mapping. Right from chosen strategy and mapped to show their impact on various goals. And then mapping creates a logic path showing how internal activities lead to customer satisfaction and financial rewards. Establishing metrics. Quantitative metrics will be established, or the milestones are established to provide precise and objective means of measuring the performance. Very, very important. We keep what measure? Quantitative measure, not qualitative measure. These metrics enables accurate appraisal and allow managers to take corrective actions. Economic value added, super simple. Net profit we calculate, right? Gross profit minus indirect expenses. But there is a problem here. This gross profit minus indirect expenses, the net profit, doesn't take into consideration the opportunity cost of the capital, or what we fundamentally call as the cost of capital. This cost of capital is not at all considered, right? So this net profit is not actually the actual net profit. So the economic profit that the owners finally get is the net profit minus cost of capital. That is what you call as economic value added, right? So cost of capital, or what you call as the WACC, weighted average cost of capital. It provides a more demanding discipline for managers and provide capital allocation by accounting for real capital cost. It shows the real capital cost. Subtract the cost of capital from the net operating profit after tax. So no PAT minus cost of capital, calculated using WACC. That's all, right? So chapter 1 is done. We'll move on to chapter 2. Chapter heading is strategic analysis and strategic planning, right? So we know the strategic management process involves the formulation, implementation and evaluation of strategies, right? So for that, we have to first analyze the environment, right? Environment consists of all conditions, events and influence surrounding the organization, right? And that impacts its operation and basic survival. Now environment changes take place represents a dual force. It can either offer an opportunity or it can pose a threat, right? So for that, you should properly scan the environment and analyze whether something is an opportunity or a threat. You have to capitalize the opportunity and mitigate the threat. That's going to be the ultimate. So the macro environment is the highest layer, consisting of the broad factors like the political, legal, social, environmental, technological, demographical. The industry second layer, right? The industrial layer or the sector wise is the second layer, right? Where the forces affect only this industry. But in macro environment, all industries or major industries are affected. Say for example, political change. If political change occurs, it is not that only textile business will be affected. Not just that the telecommunication industry will be affected. It will be like a broad base of industries and segments will be affected. That is macro. And then the second layer, this is the first layer. The second layer is the industrial layer. The third layer is the micro layer or the competitor and market layer. That's specific to your competitors and market. What are the characteristics of environment? The environment is very complex, it is very dynamic, it is multifaceted, meaning what? The change may be perceived by one as opportunity, other as that we saw the example, right? Company A, company B, the same thing. Environmental influences have a far-reaching impact, right? Critically determining an organization's growth, profitability, and ultimate survival. Far-reaching impact. Now coming to the pestle analysis, right? Pestle, value chain, and Porter's 5 forces framework. This is very, very important, right? Pestle analysis. Pestle analysis is a macro environment analysis framework. Which framework? Macro environment analysis framework, right? What does that say? P stands for political, E stands for economic, S stands for social, T stands for technological, E stands for environmental, and L stands for legal, right? This broadly constitutes the pestle framework. The political factor means what? Government, action, stability, and all. Economic forces means GDP, NDP, interest rates, currency fluctuations, interest rate, exchange rates, and all those things, inflation rates, that's all. So economic growth eases the competition, interest rate increases the cost of capital. When cost of capital is more, economic profit will be less. Last chapter 1, last concept we saw, right? Environment profit, economic profit, the same thing. Currency exchange rates directly determine the comparative value of the national currency and the product competitiveness in global market. Cheaper currency means better it is for the buying country, right? So inflation rate is the very economic condition, and that is very, very unpredictable in nature, right? So inflation is the fundamental fabric which determines the core strength of a nation, right? And deflation destabilize investment planning by making future economic conditions less predictable, right? Social conditions or social influences encompasses the demographic changes and the cultural shift. Technological factors like AI or internet connectivity that disrupts the existing business processes. Environmental, here environment means green environment, the plants around you, renewable energy, waste disposal, right? That directly have an impact in the environment. Environment, not the external, internal, but that ERK we say, right? That environment. Legal factor includes legislative changes such as health and safety laws or major restrictions that constrain the corporate behavior, right? Government is different, legal is different. Please don't confuse political factor with legal factor, right? Government has nothing to do with legal or something like that. Political factor means a change in the government action. Legal factor means a change in the legislature, right? Legislative changes alone will be considered in legal factors. So political changes doesn't come here in legal factors. Be clear with that. Now coming to value chain analysis. Every organization have different processes. Say for example, I procure, I store it, procure, I store, I process it, I again store it, and then I distribute it, and then it is finally sold. What happens is there is a chain of activities, right? Say for example, you are going to manufacture this particular pen. It is not a one activity thing. There are processes of things that are connected to each other as a chain, and every chain adds more value. The moment you procure, the raw material is added, value added is happening, right? And then the moment you process it, value addition happens. The moment you store it back as final goods, value addition happens. At each and every process, value addition happens, right? So what they are analyzing is the entire value chain or the value transfer is divided as the primary and the support. Primary consists of inbound logistics. Inbound logistics means the actual physical movement of goods within the organization. Why I am saying this? Because inbound logistics and procurement are different. Inbound logistics speaks about how the goods are moved within the organization. Procurement speaks about from whom we are going to buy, how to choose the supplier, tender giving. These things will come in procurement. So after procurement, the goods will enter. Once the goods enter, inbound logistics happen. So inbound logistics. Second one is once the goods are entered, it is getting into operation. That is, the raw materials are converted into finished goods. That is the second one. And outbound logistics means the finished goods should be taken to the distribution center or the warehouse or the storing unit where the goods will be there for sale. And then it is not enough if goods are there on the shelf. It should be marketed. Only then people will know that such goods exist. So marketing and sale. And once you sold, your life is happy. No. After sale services. Service includes at like installation, repair and all those things that maintain value after sale. Most important. So these are primary. The primary can be understood as the core. So there are certain things that support the primary. That is support activities. Procurement. Inbound logistics, what supports? Procurement supports. A good procurement means better inbound logistics. Technological development. Instead of you manually accounting, you can use Tally or other softwares to account. What is that? It's a support function, technological development, through which the primary activities are getting even more stronger. Right? With technological advancement, outbound logistics become more profound. With technological development, marketing becomes easy. E-marketing and all those things. You have to physically paste the banner. You can use digital marketing. That is due to technological development. Human resources, ultimately the human beings who is going to work there, right? So the processes, values, everything should be undertaken by inbound logistics, operation, everything will be done by human beings. So the human resource management is very essential, right? The HR team, the training, recruitment, all those things are very essential. And then infrastructure includes the formal system within which all the inbound activities, outbound logistics, operation, everything takes place, right? The formal system like the finance, quality control and the organizational cultural routine, along with the very structure of the organization. Porter's 5 forces model, right? Coming to the Porter's 5 forces framework, very important model, right? This is actually very, very simple. What the Porter says is, see, you before getting into any industry, first conclude whether the industry is attractive or not attractive. If the industry is not attractive, please don't go. If the industry is attractive, go. How do I know whether the industry is attractive or not attractive? Good question. See the 5 forces that we are going to discuss. Based on the 5 forces, conclude whether the industry is attractive or not. So it's a tool to analyze the industry attractiveness of a particular industry. What are the 5 forces? First force, threat of entry by potential competitors. Think logically. The more easy it is for a potential new player to enter the market and compete, the less attractive the industry will be. Correct? Because anywhere anyone thinks they can easily come. So what we need? To make that industry attractive, we need barriers of entry. How do I know that for an industry it is easy to enter or difficult to enter? They are telling, see, there are certain attributes for a difficult to entry industry. What are the attributes of difficult to entry industries? First one is economies of scale. The more you produce, the lesser will be the cost per unit, right? The marginal cost comes down. That's the fundamental concept of economies of scale. Now, what they're telling, see, if the existing firms already have economies of scale, you can't enter and then establish economies of scale. By that time, you will be facing losses. Are you ready to take the loss? No. In that case, this industry is unattractive. More economies of scale, more entry barrier. More entry barrier, less attractive for new firms to enter. Right? For the existing firms, this becomes an advantage. Brand loyalty. If the existing firm is already having a very high brand loyalty, that acts as an entry barrier. Absolute cost advantage. They may have low cost structure due to accumulated experience curve we say, right? The experience curve is very steep for them, so it acts as a natural entry barrier. Customer switching cost. Customers having high switching cost from switching your firm switching from the competitor's product to your product. In that case, no customer will come and buy your product because he is having a high switching cost. Switching cost doesn't only mean monetary, it can also be psychological cost, right? So that should be the fundamental. It can also be monetary or psychological. So these are what? Entry barrier. And then government regulation. More the government regulation is on new entry, more difficult it is naturally. The second force is rivalry among the established companies. If the rivalry is very intense, right, the industry will be less attractive. How do I know that the rivalry among established businesses are very high? See the existing competitive structure. See the demand. When the demand is growing, the intensity will be less because there are more number of new customers there for the business to focus on. If the customer segment is very small, the industry is not growing. In this, whatever small the industry is, in that every person will come and fight. Growing demand moderates rivalry, meaning more growth, less the rivalry will be. Cost conditions. If there are more fixed costs, to recover the most fixed cost, they have to produce more. The more they produce, more they have to sell it. Clear? Huh? So, more the fixed cost, more will be the rivalry. Clear? More the demand, less will be the rivalry. Exit barrier. If exit barriers are not there, existing players will keep on be there in that industry and they exist and make it more rivalry, right? Bargaining power of buyers. If buyers have higher bargaining power, your industry is unattractive. Why? Cost plus profit is price. When bargaining power of buyers are more, they will reduce the price. But cost is fixed to an extent, you can't reduce the cost. You have no other option but to reduce the profit. Unattractive. Right? When buyers' power will be high, when they buy in large quantities, when they have many alternatives, when they choose or like they face low cost when switching between vendors, meaning low switching cost is there. Bargaining power of suppliers. Here the same formula, but supplier will increase the cost. If it is a competitive environment, you cannot increase the price, you have no other option but to reduce the profit. Take some amount from the profit and give it to him. In bargaining power of buyer, you take the profit and give it to customers, right? So both are unattractive. It is like a mirror pa. When buyer's power will be more, large quantity. When supplier's power will be very high, when they have multiple options, right? Threat of substitute products. More substitute products available, the less will be attractive, less attractive the industry will be. Why? Because you can't command prices. Because since your product has more substitutes, it is not unique. And since it is not unique, you cannot command price. Right? So it is unattractive. Now we spoke about 5 forces, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. There is a sixth force, that is complementers, right? Now when more complementers are there, right, when more complementers are there, in a way it can be a force to dent or create a dent in the industry. How? Because complementers are companies that sell products that add value, right, when they use together, such as software and PC, ink and printer. These are complements, petrol and vehicle. When the complements prices go up, the vehicle price comes down. Clear? Huh? Why? Complementers and the industrial attractiveness here are inversely related. The more the price of the complements, less will be the demand for our products, because vehicle has no use without petrol, and petrol prices is going up. Petrol vehicles value will come down. That's all. Vero framework. Now, Vero framework specifically states that you have, every company has certain resources, right, and capabilities, right? When can you say the resources and capabilities are valuable? When they are VIRO. They are sustain. You can use the resources and competencies to gain and sustain competitive advantage only when, please understand this carefully. See, using resources and competencies, you can gain competitive advantage, but to sustain competitive advantage, the resources and competencies should be VIRO. That is, the resources and the competencies should be valuable, imitable, rare to imitate, difficult to imitate. R is rarity and O is, sorry, just slipped somewhere else. Sorry, VIRO. V is valuable, R is, it is rare, I is imitability, and the O is organization. How organized the company and the structure is. And the resources and the competencies are, value determines if competencies provide customer value and distinct advantage over a baseline threshold. Rareness is how rare it is, and imitability measures how difficult and costly it is to imitate. Organization evaluates if the firm is structured, the company is structured. Why? More structured the company is, better will be the utilization of the resources. That's all. Clear? We'll start and continue with concept 3, SWOT analysis. This is one of the fundamentals of strategic management here, right? So SWOT analysis, it is a framework that is going to be used to bridge the internal analysis and the external analysis. That's all, right? For internal, we are going to have the strength and weakness, and in external environment, we have opportunity and threat. So SWOT, somewhere they see C, right? T or C, right? So fundamentally what they say, simple. When you are internally strong and in external environment you have, internally you are strong, external environment you have opportunities, that is the most favorable situation, right? So SWOT analysis is SOSTWOT, right? So different combinations of SWOT, right? This is the most favorable one, right? So fundamentally, if you are strong and the external environment gives you opportunities, you have to capitalize it. Clear? You have to capitalize the opportunity. When the internal environment is strong but the external environment is possessing a lot of threat, right? Say for example, some adverse technological disruption happens, or some economic uncertainties happen, like say for example the interest rate gradually increased, the inflation rate suddenly rose up. So these are threats that is being posed by the external environment, but don't worry, you are strong. In that case, you can shield yourself or protect yourself. Now comes to weakness and opportunity. You are internally weak, but external environment provides a lot of opportunities. What they're telling, overcome the weakness quickly. Try to overcome the weakness quickly using the opportunity. Why? Only then you can become strong enough to utilize that opportunity and capitalize it. Clear? So use the opportunity to overcome the weakness, and once you overcame with the weakness, now if there is opportunity there, still capitalize it, right? So use the opportunity to make this strength, and this becomes this, and this you can capitalize. Clear? And then WT, weakness and threat. This is the worst possible scenario for you, right? Internally you are weak, externally the environment is very threatening. What should I do? Either manage or quit, right? Either you manage or you quit. This is all about SWOT analysis, right? Internally the strength and the weakness, externally you have the opportunity, the favorable conditions and trends, and threats are external developments such as hostile shifts in the market demand, new regulatory changes, and all these things that undermine the organization's survival or profitability, right? That affects the very operation of the business. Clear? Now, what are the limitations of SWOT analysis? This is very important. Ambiguity and overlap. Meaning, see, the SWOT analysis is a bit ambiguous because we can't clearly say this is an opportunity and this is a threat, right? So that becomes a fundamental problem. If you carefully observe, we cannot say, because opportunity and threat are what we perceive, not what is existing, right? Meaning, a change in the macro environment can be seen as an opportunity by one and a threat by another. So it is all about our perception. So in that case, it is difficult to clearly segment opportunity and threat. Trivialization of reality. Trivial means that which is not so important. So the SWOT analysis actually simplifies the reality, trivializes the reality. So in trivialization, what we do, we simplify the entire complex real nature of this environment to a simple 4-cell matrix. But reality is not SWOT. Reality is much more complex. That's what they are telling. Subjectivity and bias. That's what, again, what is seen as opportunity by one may be seen as a threat by another. The lazy strategy. Now, you may see something as a strength and sit on it, but the problem is you can't sit when you are strong, right? Because the strength is, as of now, it is strength. It may become a weakness when the environment changes. Right? Say for example, Nokia. Nokia has the best quality mobile phone, right? That's the biggest strength. But what problem did Nokia face? They sat on that strength. They sat on that for a longer period, such that once the environment changed, people moved from button phone to smartphone, they could not adapt to it, right? They simply sat on it. They didn't keep on increasing or boosting their competencies. May fall into the trap of looking only for strength that match the current opportunities rather than proactively developing new strategies to meet emerging environmental shifts, right? Portfolio analysis and BCG matrix. Portfolio fundamentally means basket of something. Portfolio of donkeys means basket of donkeys. Portfolio of anything is basket of something. Now portfolio means fundamentally it will be used in terms of investments, right? If you have only one share of a company or one company share, you won't call it portfolio. So portfolio fundamentally means different types of shares and investments put together in a basket, right? So fundamentally we do portfolio, we build a portfolio for diversification, right? To reduce the risk. So it's fundamentally a risk mitigation strategy. That being said, why this concept is coming here? Because we have something called a corporate layer, and the business layer is there within, or rather the second layer of the corporate layer, right? Now for a corporate, every business layer becomes an investment. For Reliance, Reliance Jio is an investment. Reliance Oil and Petroleum is an investment. Reliance Digital is an investment. Reliance Trends is an investment. Right? So for the corporate, each and every business is an investment, and they do the portfolio management, that is managing the businesses, that is managing the investment. Clear? So companies actively manage their portfolio through strategic acquisition and divestitures, generate significantly more shareholder value. The more they better manage the portfolio, more shareholder value the shareholders get, right? Because in portfolio management, what we do, the underperforming assets, resources will be drawn or taken away from underperforming assets or investments and are directed towards the performing investments, right? So in that case, what will happen? They ensure the return is maximum, right? So in that case, if return is maximum, shareholder value will also be maximum. Clear? So it suggests the use of standard strategies that can miss opportunities or be impractical, right? What is the standard strategy that is being mentioned? See, portfolio fundamentally says if your return, that is the actual return generated by a business, is less than the expected return, then you don't hold it, you sell it. If the actual return is more than expected return, then you hold it. It's a very good investment, right? So fundamentally, what is the metrics that is used? Return is the metrics that is being used here, right? So in that case, it is a standard strategy, right? Because I may hold a business because there may be other strategic reasons for it. Maybe I want to just have a business presence in that industry. I know that industry is not giving me return. I know very well the business is not so profitable, but I will still hold it. Not for return, but for some other strategic purpose, right? So in that case, you can't really use portfolio analysis and say this is a bad investment, you just throw it out. Clear? It provides an illusion of scientific rigor when in reality positions are based on subjectivity. People may think this portfolio analysis is scientific because it is based on actual return and expected return. But at the end of the day, the decision of it to hold or not hold is there with the human beings who will take subjective decisions, right? The value laden terms such as cash cow or dog can lead to self-fulfilling prophecies. This you will see in BCG matrix, don't worry. It is not always clear as to what makes an industry attractive or what makes a product in its life cycle, right? So why a business is doing good? It doesn't say that. It just says the business is good because return is more, right? Naively following the prescriptions of a portfolio model can actually reduce corporate profit if they are used inappropriately. In top we saw it will enhance the customer's value, shareholders value, but here we are telling if it is used inappropriately, it will adversely affect reduce the corporate profits. Growth matrix, the Boston Consulting growth matrix, right? Boston Consulting group matrix, sorry. Here we are going to divide the entire business into 4 groups based on what? Based on 2 dimensions. Dimension 1 is the market growth rate, and the dimension 2 is the market share of that particular business in that industry, right? So market share and market growth, right? Growth is high, share is also high, it becomes a star. Growth is high, growth is low, but share is high, it becomes a question mark. Growth is high, but share is low, it becomes a cow. And growth is low, share is also low, it becomes a dog, right? So fundamentally, that's how this is going to function. What is that we're going to see here? The star is the best possible position for an industry, right? So hi all, this is your CA SK Vaidya here. So you're going to have the CA Inter Strategic Management Marathon batch, right? So it's kind of quite an interesting paper, not too much worry about. Okay, so we'll try to simplify the concepts, try to focus on the key areas, right? And then just walk through the entire concepts, right? So that you get to have a good grip over the subject, right? So with that understanding, let us straight away jump into it. So here we have a summary book, right? So you're going to have the discussions right on this summary book, right? So with that understanding, the first segment is preparing the mental soil. First of all, let us take some time to understand the basics, right? Because once the basics are very clear, the subject matter, because the word we use carry a different meaning here, right, than the colloquial way in which we use the word, right? So the word strategy or resource or want, everything has a quite a different meaning here, right? So let us first establish the foundation well, right? So that as we go through further, it's very easy for us to connect, right? Good. So we have taken 15 subjects or 15 concepts which I really felt is very important for you to understand, right? First is need versus want. What is that? Needs are essential for survival, without which we cannot live. Wants are sprouting out of desire, right? So even without a want we can live, but without a need we cannot live. Fine. Why this concept is there? Because businesses are there not for needs but for wants. Wants are unlimited, but the resources, right, that the tangible and the intangible assets the organization or anyone holds to facilitate a certain activity, right, the resources which is going to satisfy the wants are limited in nature, right? So that creates a sense of scarcity, right? Scarcity is you have a huge necessity, right? The necessity can come out of need or want, but the resources are limited in nature. That creates a sense of scarcity that's insufficient to satisfy all human wants at the same time, right? So businesses have wants are unlimited in nature, but the resources which is going to be used to satisfy that particular want is limited in nature. That creates a sense of scarcity. So when there is scarcity, always remember there will be competition. Clear? So when there is scarcity, there will be competition. Competition occurs when multiple entities try to satisfy similar market wants using the same limited, right? Resources are limited, wants are unlimited, there is scarcity, and people fight for the resources, right? For the scarce resources, right? That creates competition, right? Now, coming to business. Business is nothing but an economic activity, a group of economic activities organized by an individual or a group of individuals to create and exchange. Most important phrase here, right? Business is not just that to create value. Creation of value is of no use if the same is not exchanged, right? So business are there to create and exchange values. Good. So what is value here? Value is the benefit a customer perceives. Most important. Value is not at all real. Value is always what you perceive, right? If I perceive this calculator as valuable, this calculator is valuable. Now you can come and argue, is this calculator really valuable, dude? That's your wish, but it is, for me, it is valuable, right? So that means it is subjective, right? So they receive relative to the cost they incur. What is that? Value is always, or rather should always be compared with the cost that they incur to get the value. What does it mean? Businesses are there not to create the best value, they are there to create the best value cost trade off, right? The value cost trade off, they are there to give the best. Now come competitive advantage. We saw businesses are there for economic wants. Businesses have economic wants, but the wants are unlimited. Wants are unlimited, resources are limited, there comes scarcity. When there is scarcity, there comes competition. When there is competition, you should have a superior hand over the other people. Only then you will get the resources, right? Right? So for that you need competitive advantage. You need to be competitively advantageous over and above the other competitors or rivals competing for the same resources, right? Just a minute. Yes, this is an organization's sustained ability to create more customer value than its rivals. Hope you understood what is value here. Hope you could understand the entire how the subject is building up, right? That's why I told it's a very interesting subject. Then come intent. What do you mean by intent? Intent is like, what is your intention behind doing something, right? It's a conscious, a deliberate purpose that serves as a mental anchor to provide direction and coherence to all the organization's activities. See, organizations have to do activities to gain competitive advantage, no doubt about it, fine. But they can't be wasting their resources on all activities because resources are limited in nature. Since resources are limited in nature, you have to, just a minute, yes, you have to have a clear direction, right? Each and every activity that a business does should be intent oriented or purpose driven, right? You cannot do haphazard activities. You cannot afford to do any random activity because resources are limited. Once you waste your resources, you will lose the competitive advantage, right? So it is very important to set the intention, the intent, why you are doing something, right? Only when you set that, before you do an action, you will question why I am doing this action, right? And when the answer is it is not in line with what I really want, you should not, and rather you will not do the activity. Clear? So that is the concept. Organization. What is organization? It is a structured group of people coming together or collaborating together for a common objective. That's all, right? We saw businesses and economic activity done by individual or group of people, right? Groups to create and exchange value, right? So there's a common purpose, right? So these individuals come together, they form the organization. Create. So the organization is formed to do business, right? Hope you understood what is the fundamentals here, right? Now, when you look at the business is not an isolated entity, right? And most importantly, whatever words I use, if you carefully observe, I will be using the language of SM, right? I will be using the language of SM. That is very, very important. Let me tell you why. Each and every paper in CA has its own language. If you carefully observe, tax has its own language. Audit has its own language, right? Risk of material misstatement, right? It has its own language. Similarly, SM, strategic management, has its own language. And the most important thing is you cannot afford to deviate from this. I am not telling to mug up. In fact, I am telling the opposite. Don't mug up. Just understand the language of the SM, right? And that's how you're going to ease this paper out. You're going to just conquer this paper by understanding the language. Once you're comfortable using the terms, right, and you know the concept, you know what, you read the case study, you clearly know what I'm going to look at, what concept I should be focusing on. Once that is done, the first thing that you're going to do is you have to write it, right? For that, you should know the language of SM. That is going to be the strategy, right? So here we are not telling mug up. We are telling get comfortable with the language of SM, right? That's going to be a better thing for you. Coming back. Now, a business cannot be existing in an isolated entity. Business cannot exist as an isolated entity, right? What we need is the business exists in an environment, right? Environment, then environment means the business environment, which is nothing but all that is there around you. Environment is all the factors that affect your existence is your environment. If a political change happens, does it affect your existence? Yes. So does that mean it's an environment? Indeed, political environment. A technological change happens, does it affect, does it have an influence on my existence? Yes. Technological environment, right? So it encompasses all the internal, just a minute, internal and external forces and factors that impact decision making and performance. Clear? So that is going to be the core. The environment is divided into internal and external. Internal environment means all that is there within the organization, the forces within the organization. External means outside the organization. Coming to stakeholders. Fundamentally, business is there for what? Creating value. Value to whom? Value to not shareholders alone, please understand. Value to stakeholders. Value to stakeholders. Now, who are all stakeholders? There are two criteria for it, right? One is, the other one is influence. If a person has either interest or influence or both in a company or in an organization, then we say he is a stakeholder, right? Stakeholders are individuals or group of people such as shareholders, employees who have an interest or are affected by the firm's action or both. Clear? Now come to the last one. Risk and uncertainty. Risk and uncertainty. What are these things? They represent the unpredictability of the outcome caused by the changing factors necessitating strategic management. Now, so resources are limited, your wants are unlimited. Okay, fine, I'm going to compete. Is it easy, right, to compete? No. Because the environment within which you are going to operate is dynamic, complex, and uncertain. If the environment is uncertain, whatever action you do may or may not be in line with the environment, right? Hope you can see the language that I'm using, right? May not be in line with the very existence of the environment. That being said, that creates a risk element here. What is risk then? In simplest language, risk is deviation from standard. Risk is nothing but deviation from, just a minute. Risk is nothing but deviation from the standard. Clear? So this is the 15 concepts that I'd like to think, and we have discussed it thoroughly, right? We'll move on straight into the core syllabus now. Introduction to strategic management. Now, before starting it, I will give you a tip to write the exams. You have case studies, right? How I'm going to tackle the case study? I will give you a fairly simple strategy. Don't read the case study fully. What you're telling? So you're telling to read the case study half? No. I am telling, don't just read the case study fully. Don't just read the case study. So what I should do? As you read the case study, you should be taking a pencil. You should be taking a pencil, underline or just mark the key words or the key phrases that are there in the case study. That is, taking you towards a particular concept. Why I am saying this? Simple. The entire paper is very simple, pa. There is a case study. You are going to read that case study. You should know what concept the case study is heading towards. And once you know the concept, you understood the concept, so you know the language of SM, you're going to write it. Clear? So for that, you should first know what concept is being asked in the case study. They will never give it, or rather seldom give it directly. For that, what I should do? For that, you should first read, and as and when you read, you just have to keep writing the concepts, right? As you read, the case study might start like it is going to be asking BCG, but it may end up with ANSOF matrix. We never know, right? So you read, you first write BCG and you keep on continue reading it. As and when you read, your mind should skim through the entire concept. Your mind should skim through the entire concept. If you listen to the full length lectures and all, we would have structured that in that way, right? So you have to, your mind should skim through, run through from segment 2 to segment 6. You should run like this. What concept, one concept, just like how you scan, right? You should take what concept, one concept, right? You should be running through that. And as and when you read, you have to write it. First, don't read fully. As and when you read, write and write. And maybe you might feel like, no, this is not as Mendel's matrix. Clear? So you strike it off, you strike this out. And at the end, what is there, that will be the answer. Confidently, that will be the answer, right? So if you read it fully now, you might miss on certain key aspects that might be hinting, right, that the case study is heading towards a particular concept. Hope you clear, right? So for that, conceptual understanding is very, very important, and the language is very, very important. Training for that is both training for both is equally important, right? What is strategy? Strategy is nothing but a deliberate and adaptive game plan. Why? To align the organization goal with the actions to succeed in the dynamic environment. The environment is dynamic, but you have a particular goal to be achieved. So the activity should be aligning with the goal. That is meant by strategy, right? So it's an adaptive game plan that you do. Dual nature. The strategy is both proactive, reactive. Proactive means before the event happens, you predict that event and start preparing yourself for that. That is proactive. After the event happened, you have no other option but to react to it. That is reactive. Meaning, simple. You go out. You see the cloud, you see the skies are cloudy. You take an umbrella and it rains. No worry, you have an umbrella, just open it. That is proactive. You didn't see the sky, you just went. It started a downpour, right? Heavy downpour is there. You nearby see a nearby umbrella shop. You rush there. Straight away you get an umbrella and just walk. After the rain, you react to it. That is reactive. Clear? So what is strategy? Strategy is both proactive and reactive. Why it can't be 100% proactive? It cannot be 100% proactive. Because the environment is very complex and dynamic. We cannot, it is the limitation. We cannot clearly tell or rather predict the environment with 100% accuracy, right? So we can be proactive for certain things. What if you took the umbrella, it didn't rain, but somewhere on the water is stagnant on a particular place, a car runs over it and the water splashes on you? What can you do? You have no other option, right? Just go to the nearby textile shop and just buy a new dress. Supposing you're going for an interview or something like that. Imagine, right? So strategy can never be always proactive, and it should not be. I'm very clear with my language. I am telling strategy cannot be 100% proactive, correct? It should not be always 100% reactive. Just like how strategy cannot be 100% proactive, it should not be. Meaning you have to do something. What to do, we will be discussing, don't worry, right? So it cannot be, it should not be 100% reactive also. That means you are lazily sitting, right? Partly reactive by responding to the external pressure. Igor Ansoff views strategy as a common thread. Common thread is that connecting agent that connects the entire organization. That's all. Levels of strategy. Now, strategy operates at what level? Strategy operates at 3 levels. We all know organizations have 3 levels, right? The corporate, the business, and the functional. Who will do strategy? All will do strategy. At corporate level, they focus on overall direction. At business level, that particular business or industry or sector alone, right? Business level. And functional level, operational support. Clear? Continuous flow. Strategy is a continuous process. Strategy is an evolving process where the past successful approach and the current actions shape the future direction. Here in CA Inter, we call it, we gave a very beautiful term to it. Forward linkage, backward linkage, right? When formulation affects implementation, that is forward linkage. When implementation is affecting the formulation, that is backward linkage, right? We'll discuss that, don't worry. Coming back, we understood what is strategy, right? A deliberate game plan. What is management? Management here is seen in 2 ways. Management as a people, as a noun, and management as verb. Management as people. If you are not happy with the product, what you will tell? Call the management. Here the management means people. When you are not happy with the product, you might tell the management is not good. Here the management is action. The group of people managing are called management. The very act of managing is also called management. That's what they're telling. Strategic management. Strategic management means what? Set of activities. Who perform? Strategy is set of activities that is to be performed. But here is a strategic management, meaning concept 1 plus concept 2. Concept 1 plus concept 2 is concept 3. We know strategy is adaptive game plan. Fundamentally action. Strategy is set of actions, goal directed actions. We know management means people or the act of management. When the goal oriented actions are done by management, we call it strategic management. Set of activities managers perform to position a firm for successful competition and superior performance. Am I clear? Now, what is the very objective? Why management should do goal directed actions? What is the end goal? What is that they are going to achieve by using strategic management? Only one thing: competitive advantage. To be in an advantageous position over and above the competitors. Guide the organization through continuous environmental changes. Again, this is done to gain competitive advantage. It provides a vision, mission, and a clarity to help you set a realistic, consistent goal. Clear? Now, proactive approach. It encourages, I told, right, strategy should not be 100% reactive. So strategic management encourages acting in advance of environmental shift. Before it rains, take an umbrella. It encourages that. It offers a common logic for major choices regarding product, market, investment, and all those things, right? Because before doing any action, it tells you whether you should do it or not, because the direction is very clear. Our goal is to go here. When you are here trying to go here, strategic management will pull you back to track. Clear? It is very nature of human beings to deviate from the normal. That is what we call as We saw, right, deviation from the standard. The standard here is intent, which is the vision, mission, goal, objective. We always, even if we have a steady plan, we will deviate from it. The problem is not with deviation. The problem is you not returning to normal immediately after deviating. Think. Coming back, opportunity identification, right? Since you know the goal, you know what all things you'll do, right? You should do. Your focus is narrowed, right? It's not disturbed. In that way, a systematic environment analysis helps the firm pursue future growth. We saw this point. Risk reduction, reducing the deviation. When SM is there, you will not be keep on deviating. When you start to deviate, but at some point SM will bring you back to track. Clear? Huh? It serves as a defensive mechanism to avoid costly errors. Right? Write this defensive mechanism to avoid costly errors. Sustained growth. It ensures that long-term survival is driven by planned action rather than luck. Am I clear? Good. It facilitates the development of core competency that support performance. Right? It will make you competent enough. Right? It will make you competent enough to compete with the rivals more successfully to gain a competitive advantage. Good. What are the limitations? These are the advantages of strategic management. Importance, or rather the advantages, right? These are advantages. These are the limitations of strategic management. What are the limitations? Environmental uncertainty. Yeah, you are telling scan the environment, define strategy, implement it, all those things. Correct. But the environment is very uncertain, turbulent and complex. Every second it changes. I can't be tracking everything. And so the strategy that I drafted yesterday might become irrelevant today. Right? Time consuming. Will I do business or will I do strategic management? Right? That's the problem here. This is very good for paper. In reality, it is very difficult because businesses doesn't want all these drama. These are drama. They don't want this proactive decision. They know. You don't have to tell, right? Fundamentally, it is time consuming. How many elements you will scan, how many time you will waste on strategy. Lengthy analysis, approval cycles, we can delay execution and delay operations. Costly. For scanning the environment, you need tools. To interpret the result of the scan, you need experts. Will they come for free? No. The process requires significant financial resources for expert hiring and research. Unpredictable competitor. Okay, you did everything. You did the competitive analysis, everything you did, the landscape you analyzed, everything you did. Suddenly a new player emerged out of nowhere. What are you gonna do? Won't I expect that? Probably not. Did Airtel or Vodafone or Idea or anyone expected Jio? Will Jio expect Starlink? Who knows? Rivals often act in secrecy, making it difficult to anticipate and adjust their. Good. Concept 4. Vision, mission, goal, objective and values. Vision is the ultimate end. What end? Ultimate end. Where you want to achieve. If spirituality is the path, vision is merging with the supreme, right? Or becoming one with the supreme, maybe. Vision describes the future direction and aspirations of the company, serving as a guiding force for all members. For where I want to go, that is the ultimate vision. Mission is what the organization do to achieve the vision. Current business, customer focus and core activities enable clear identity. Effective missions are built by answering fundamental questions, right? About purpose, target, customers, and future business scopes. Should I read the questions that is there given? Not. Just understand that these two guys, Tucker and Levitt, they gave a framework stating before fixing a mission, ask a set of questions and then answer that and then fix the mission. That's what he told. Objective. Goals, sorry. What are goals? The problem here is we actually use goals and objectives interchangeably, which is not correct. Goal is different, objective is different. Goals are broad, qualitative. It's a very important thing. Goals are qualitative. Objectives are quantitative. Objectives are quantitative, measurable performance target. Goals are qualitative. Goals are qualitative, right? That break the vision into manageable focus area. Not everyone can be able to see the ultimate end, but they should also cooperate. So what do? You break that ultimate journey into small parts. Each and every milestone in that part becomes the goal. You want to climb Mount Everest. This top I should go and take a selfie. This is the. Not everyone can see the vision because it is not sufficient if you alone go on the top. Everyone should go, right? Because organization is group of people coming together. So what are you going to do? Break. Part 1, part 2, part 3. First, everyone let them know this. Once they reach this, let them know this. Once they reach this, let them know this. Once they reach, let them know this. What is this? Goal. Okay. So what is objective then? If goal is reach point 1, objective will be, say for example, 5,000 steps a day for the next 10 days. Clear, measurable, quantitative, time bound target is objective. Time bound, measurable performance target. So after 3 days, you should have covered 15,000 steps. So this acts as a standard, and any deviation from this, you crossed only 12k steps. That is a deviation of 3k steps, which we can call it as simple as that, right? Objectives. To achieve long-term prospects, strategic planners establish objectives across 7 key areas. So what are the areas I should be measuring? Objective is measurement, no doubt. But what are the areas I should be measuring? Question around. You should be asking that question, right? They are telling usually take 7 areas. Only 7 areas I should take. No one is telling like that. Here they are telling usually they used to take 7 areas that help them translate the broad goals into measurable commitments. Clear? Profitability, productivity, competitive position, employee development, employee relation, technological leadership, and public responsibility. What I should do? Against these matrices, you have to assign a key performing indicator and measure it. Clear? That's all. First thing is profitability. The objective focus on the organization's ability to generate financial return. Productivity means efficiency. Competitive position is standing in the market. First, second, third, that position. Employee development, improving the skill. Employee retention, positive relationship as to how many people are there with us now, right? Like how healthy the relation is. How I am going to measure employee relationship? Employee turnover. If the employee turnover is more, that means employees are not satisfied. That means your relationship with the employees are not good. Clear? This is how we do. So when this is the thing that we are going to analyze, this is the area that we are going to focus, this becomes the KPI. Technological leadership. It involves maintaining a leading edge in innovation. Public responsibility. This area addresses the organization's relationship with the society and the government. Right? The CSR activities that they do, how well they carry the name, how well they interact with the local community, these things form part of public responsibility. These objectives serve as a yardstick to performance, allowing the organization to monitor its progress and initiate corrective actions. That is, whenever deviation happens, they have to take corrective actions to bring them back to track. Right? Values. Values are the ethical foundation and the basic belief that guide the decision making and ensure consistency with strategic intent. Clear? Strategic levels in organization. We saw there are 3 levels, right? One is the corporate, the one is the business, the function level. The corporates are the top highest level in the organization. They focus only on the overall business. Business level is divisional managers focus on translating the corporate intent to competitive strategy for the specific. Whenever you write business or whenever you write something in line with business, you should, business level, you should always write specific market with respect to a specific market or a specific industry. Clear? Now, functional level is departmental managers develop specific operational strategies, areas like marketing, finance, or whatever it is. Let me give a very simple example. We have Reliance Limited. Reliance Limited as oil and gas. Are they in Geo, Smart, Trends, Digital, Reliance Digital? What is this? Under oil and gas, procurement, they should procure the oil, process the oil, assume, simple, and sell it here. Cell tower, data availability. Just assume it's a separate department, right? They focus on transmission and all those things. One focus on establishing the cell tower. Similarly, Smart has, Trends has, Digital has certain things. This is the corporate level. This is the business level. This is the functional level. Corporate, business, function. Clear? That's all. Just keep this. Remember this. So Reliance Limited focus on overall business. Oil and gas focus on only that specific market. Trends focus on only that specific market. Only that. Function focus on only that specific function. Procurement, process, marketing, sale, R&D. These are functions, right? They focus only on that. Network of relationships. Network of relationships defines the intricate web of interactions, authority flow, and communication channels that link the corporate, business, and function. Think and tell, are these levels separate or interconnected? They are interconnected. Interconnected using a network. Interconnected using a network. That is network of relationship. In what way the relationship is connected? Why they should be connected? Because communication should flow from top to bottom and bottom to top. We call it two-way communication. From top to bottom, we call it orders. From bottom to top, we call it feedback. For the communication should flow, You need a channel of communication, correct? That is what we call as network of relationships. Strategic success is determined by the quality of these interconnections, right? Quality of the interconnections. More better the quality is. So what determines the quality? When can you say a network is of good quality? Easy flow of communication. When the communication flows easily, then we say the network of relationship, the network channels are of good quality. Clear? That's all. Just remember this. The choice of the specific network structure is strategic decision influenced by the organization's culture. What determines the structure of the organization? Culture, size, operation. Say for example, there is a small grocery shop in Chennai. Will they have this? They will have what? Maybe they might be like the grocery store. The owner will be there. Under him, manager 1, manager 2, manager 3. Procure, warehousing and storing, selling. What determines the structure? Why this structure is different from this? Because the size of the organization is different. Nature of organization is different. Culture of the organization is different. In that way it differs. Now, what are the different structures? This network of organizations, we call it as structure. Through structure, communication flows. Through structure, communication flows. Clear? Now, there are different standardized templates of structure. I am very clear with my language. Different standardized structures for us to understand. Meaning, this is not Vedavak. Once in the structure, this structure only should be followed. Yeah, these are guiding tools. This paper will never speak about rules. That's why I like this paper. This paper never speaks about rules. You should do it. It is better if you follow it. That's what this paper tells. Right? That's the thing. In our culture, we have something called Upadesam, right? Upadesam. We give Upadesham. Meaning prescription. I give you, I tell you what is what. It is up to you to whether follow it or not follow it. It is not a rule kind of thing, right? Coming back. Functional and divisional relationship. What is that? The first one. Let us first see functional and divisional. When the entire organization is divided as functions. When the entire organization is divided as functions, we call it functional structure. Say for example, there is a grocery shop in Chennai. Grocery store, procurement department, storing department, inventory management department, sales and marketing department. That's all. This is business. The entire business is divided as functions. Functions are set of basic activities, right? Group of activities, group of similar activities are called functions. Procurement, purchase, warehousing, inventory management, supply chain management, logistics, functions. R&D, these are functions. When the entire organization is divided as functions, it is functional. That's all. Remember this. Divisional. Now, the same grocery shop, they are there in Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai. Mumbai. What can you do? Can they follow this? No. Why? Because the scope of operation is so vast and large that the organization cannot be divided as function. Meaning, you cannot have one procurement department. You cannot have one procurement department for all Chennai, Bangalore and Mumbai. Why? Logically, size is very vast. One department cannot serve. Fine. But there is a practical reason for it. Environment. The environment in Chennai and the environment in Bangalore and the environment in Mumbai is different. Environment means all environment, including cultural environment. Language is different. Here in procurement department, the procurement manager should know Tamil. Here he should know Kannada. Here he should know Marathi or Hindi. Right? Why? The environment is different. You cannot have one function for all. Then what we should do? Grocery store. Now the entire organization is not divided as functions, it is divided as divisions. Chennai division, Bangalore division, Mumbai division. Under Chennai, you have procurement, storage, inventory management, sale and marketing. Under here, the same thing. Oh. Fine. I think you can undo it, right? The entire organization is divided as functions. Divisions. Divisional structure. Done. Horizontal relationships. What is that? Till now, we saw 3 layers: corporate, business, functional. Order will come, feedback will go. This is vertical. Appa horizontal na flat structure. Flat structure. The CEO will not be on top. CEO will be sitting next to you in the next desk. If you want, can I speak with the CEO? Yes. So who will have it? Or the firm that values flat structure, where hierarchical barriers are minimized, placing most employees at the similar level of authority. There is no manager drafting. It is not that 100% it will be flat. Something it may be like CEO will not be like this. CEO will be sitting, but not on top of your head, maybe on your shoulders. The primary goal is to foster transparency and the rapid lateral sharing of ideas which bypass traditional bureaucratic delays to accelerate decision making. Clear? Huh? That's all. Metrics. What is that? Metric structure, we are going to see there is no one manager. Here, for procurement, there will be one manager. The procurement manager will report to the divisional manager. The divisional manager will report to the owner or the CEO. Similarly, this. But in matrix structure, we have 2 managers. One, a project manager, and the other one is a functional manager. Right? Project, function, sales, R&D, processing, production. Project 1, project 2, project 3. So this looks like what? An EXO game, right? Meaning there is a project manager, there is also a functional manager. Sale person 1, sale person 2, sale person 3. The sale person 1 will report to whom? Both functional as well as the project manager, right? R&D 1, 2. He will report to, carefully listen, this functional manager is permanent. This guy is permanent for him. This project manager temporary. Once the project is done, the project manager will leave. Leave means what? Focus on different project, right? This is called matrix or a matrix structure, a grid-like architecture where personals are assigned to cross-functional teams, meaning though cross-functional teams, right? This cross-functional teams, and report to functional and project 2 managers simultaneously. Never ever write this in paper. This for understanding I am writing. Never ever write this. Always write this. Don't write this. Clear, huh? And people will be like writing, I guess. Don't do that, right? That's for typing is fine. For paper, no. Right? POV. Don't use this and all in paper, right? Not needed. We don't have to show our Gen Z-ness here. There is a place to show it. There you show it, not here. It works by integrating functional expertise with project-based needs, allowing for the highly efficient allocation of resources across complex multi-dimensional tasks. Clear? So this structure will be used when the organization itself is functioning in projects. They take up projects and they work on it. What structure they should follow? Matrix structure. Example, Infosys. Infosys doesn't have, I don't know whether they have matrix structure or not, but Infosys usually have projects, right? They take projects, and for each and every project they'll assign a project manager. They'll also be a functional manager. So both the functional manager and the project manager will be working together. This model enables large multinational corporations to manage scale and complexity. Managing scale and complexity, it requires sophisticated coordination. Why? One manager reporting a complex, two manager reporting na, human emotions will come, human ego will come, right? He will tell do this first. Project manager will tell do this first. What you will listen? Problem. To resolve potential conflict arising from, very important phrase, dual reporting. Write this exact phrase, dual reporting. What reporting? Dual reporting. Functional and project. Clear? So we have broad view of interconnected concepts, the overall structure, and a broad view of how the networks function, right? functional na vertical, clear accountability, stable, well defined, horizontal na flat, matrix na grid and all those things, right? Dual reporting, resource efficiency, large project driven, startups, knowledge firms, which one horizontal, clear. We are done with segment 2. We'll move on to segment 3, strategic analysis, external environment. The environment is of two types, external and internal. So first we will see external and then we will see internal. Once the external and the internal is seen, this content is not here in this PDF, fine. Once the external and the internal is seen, we will go on to undo the strategic choices. Here we have scanned the internal external, we have many options, we will choose among them, we should know what to choose, that is strategic choices. And then we have to formulate and implement it, that's the last chapter, right? So that's going to be the structure of it. Now coming to external environment, right? What is strategic analysis? You have to understand the environment, do the action accordingly. We have a goal, but we work in an environment. So all the action should be aligned with the goal or the purpose or the intent, but the environment will constantly try to deviate you. So you have to be very clear with what you should be doing, right? That clarity will come with strategic analysis. So essential bridge that aligns organizations' aspirations, which is aspiration, such as vision, mission, with the external environment and internal reality. So goal, environment, connection should be there. So it moves manager away from subjective assumptions and intuitions, grounding decisions in fact regarding opportunities, threats, strength and limitations. Clear? So what you have to do? Scan the environment. Once it is scanned, formulate a strategy. Once the strategy is formulated, implement the strategy. Once it is implemented, evaluate the strategy. Clear? So you're going to prepare for CA. You first see your internal environment, your external environment. Yes, my external environment is very peaceful. I have a very good steady place. Everything is fine. Good. Your mind is stable. You are motivated. You are strong. You are energetic. Internal is good. Good. Based on this, frame a formulation. Daily 12 to 14 hours I will read. And then implement it. And that's the most important thing. 12 hours I will read. Not sufficient. You have to implement it. Do it. Right? Do it. Now, you start with 12 hours, but somewhere you feel you cannot, right? Your mind is not pushing it. That means your internal assessment is not correct. You have to evaluate and correct it. Again, scan, revise, implement, evaluate. Again 12 hours you start. Clear? Huh? So it is a cyclical process. It is a cyclical process. With evaluation, again you scan and again you do this. Clear? Continuous daily activity. It's a continuous activity that can be detected through informal discussions or formal structures. How will I scan? Informal, formal, right? So it's a systematic approach is required to manage risk and uncertainty, ensuring that resource investment are methodological and purposeful, right? So logical sequences: appraising the environment, evaluating the strategic alternatives, and finding the or choosing the strategy. While continuous process is limited because it defines multiple overlapping options without choosing one and can be time consuming, meaning there is no one way to do a certain thing. That's a problem. That's a benefit, but again that's a problem also, right? So double-edged sword kind of, right? So fundamentally you have many options, that is good, but many options can be confusing also. Some options can be overlapping, we don't know which to choose, both look like almost the same. So you should be clearly focusing on that which is needed. This is time consuming, that's what it is. Strategy is dynamic. Why? Environment is dynamic, adaptive to the environment. evolving through daily routine choices and experience rather than single fixed decision. The central task of analysis is balancing external market opportunity with internal resource constraints, as perfect alignment is rarely achievable. Right. Risk is inherent element of strategy, classified into external risk from environmental misalignment and internal risk from organizational inefficiencies. Right. So that is the thing. Metrics of strategic risk. External risk, internal risk. That is the metrics for. So we are going to look at two things. One is internal, external. The other one is short term, long term. Internal, so first we'll see external, short term. External risk, but it is a short term risk. Risk arises from immediate misjudgment of the environment signals. It arises due to immediate misjudgment, the most important part, right? Immediately you misjudged it. That's all. What you misjudged? The environmental signals. Political change happens. You mistakenly taken it to be not so important. Clear? Such as miscalculating current market demand or something like that. Maybe there is a new trend coming. You thought the trend as a shift in permanent demand and you invested heavily in an investment. But it is just a fad, a trend, a gaga. It is gone. What happened? It's a risk. What risk? External risk. Risk of not assessing the external environment correctly. Is it long term or short term? Does it going to affect the very existence of the business? If yes, long term. If no, short term. External, long term. The strategy itself becomes obsolete over time. Right? Technology, social trends, global competition evolved. You cannot sit here today and tell, I will produce a better quality, the best quality button phone. You can't tell. The strategy itself is outdated. Outdated. You can't tell that. Internal, short term. Ambitions fail when existing organizational capacity or skills or logistics cannot meet the strategic demands. I want to have huge aspirations, but this is the team you have. This is the resources you have. You want to become a market leader in manufacturing a product. You have only one machinery with you. What is this? Permanent problem. Short-term problem. Not a permanent damage. Short-term. A permanent strategic drift occurs when evolving internal cultures, most important, or leadership itself changes. The conflict within the original strategy. There is a fundamental conflict with the original strategy itself. It is long term. But here it is just you mistakenly not capturing something. So short term is mistake. Long term is failure. Mistake and failure both are not same. Think about it. That's all. Economic characteristics of industry. So we'll continue with the economic characteristics of industry, right? Now there are certain economic characteristics that the industry carry, right? So what are these things? Just like how we have certain characteristics, the industry also has some characteristics, right? The characteristics can be anything. It can be psychological, physiological, biological characteristics, anything. Here we are going to speak about the economic characteristic, right? First thing is, every industry has its own market size and has its own growth. Not all industries grow at the same rate, right? So these define the overall scale and the expansion potential available to the firm within a sector. Second one is technological change. The pace of innovation dictates how frequently products and processes must be updated. Not all industries have the same degree of technological change. It varies from industry to industry. Second one, geographical boundaries, right? Industries can vary from all the way from local to all the way to up to global, right? from local to global, impacting the scope of competition. Buyers and seller concentration. The number and size of participants influencing the distribution of power within the industry. Some industry might be having more buyers than sellers. Some industry might be monopoly. Some industries might be monopolistic. Some might be oligopoly, right? So it differs from industry to industry. Product differentiation, the degree of identical products that is there in the market, right? Say for example, the vegetable industry. The vegetable industry, you get non-differentiated products, right? The carrot is the same carrot everywhere you buy. The onions are the same onions everywhere you buy. The next and last one is economies of scale. This is the very quality of industry that the more you produce and sell, the less will be the unit cost, right? High volume can lead to significant cost advantage that deter small rivals, right? The last one is competitive situation. Intensity varies from moderate to cutthroat. The degree of competitive rivalry in any industry differs from industry to industry, from moderate to cutthroat, with base including price, quality, and what is the basis of competition? On what basis rivalry come? It can be on quality, price, product feature, service, brand reputation, anything, right? So, etc. Strategy and business environment, right? Environment fundamentally means a particular space in which you operate, right? And the factors that influence it. So, how business environment is affecting strategy, right? We have to take the strategy taking into consideration the business environment there around us, right? Concept 2, strategy and business environment, right? So fundamentally, strategy is framed after scanning the environment. So in that case, it is important for us to understand the importance of environment in strategy, right? So benefits of environmental interaction. Why an entity should continuously scan the environment to find opportunities and threats for giving a specific growth direction, right? Continuous learning. You get the macroeconomic data, the information you need, the opportunities there, everything you're going to get only from the environmental interaction, right? So the learning happens only through environmental interaction. Image building, by responding to the social needs after getting to know about the environmental interactions, build a trust and a responsible public reputation among stakeholders, right? So for building a very good image, you should be interacting with the environment, because the environment has many different entities, right, including some of the key stakeholders. So if you are not interacting with the environment, you will be missing out the voices that is being raised by such stakeholders there in that environment. Clear? So to satisfy them, you should first know what they want. To know what they want, you need to scan the environment or interact with the environment. Competition management, right? To analyze the rivals enables the firm to outperform others rather than just survive, right? So it's about getting competitive advantage. Further, you have to do the environmental interaction. Top management is actively involved in strategic decision making to navigate a dynamic and unpredictable landscape. The external environment is divided into macro and micro. Now this is going to be very interesting. What many people do the mistake is they think internal environment is micro environment, external environment is macro environment. Definitely not. Environment is divided as internal, external is divided as macro environment. For macro environment, we have pestle. Element of macro environment. So what are the elements of macro environment? A macro environment consists of demography, which speaks about the physical attribute of population, right? The age, income, geographic distribution and all. It's a focus on the population composition, right? What is the mix of population? Population mix is called demography. Socio-cultural explains how people think and behave based on deeply rooted value, beliefs, and social norms. Third one is economics, meaning these are factors like inflation, interest rate, and all those things, right? So demography, socio-cultural, how people think and behave, economic, that is the interest rate and all those things, political and legal, change in political environment, new legislative frameworks that is being there and all those things, right? Regulatory frameworks and all. Technological framework creates a new business model while threatening to make existing process obsolete, right? It comes with innovation. Now we have the PISTL framework. P stands for political, E stands for economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental. Right? Whenever there is a change in government policy, we say it political change. Whenever there is a change in interest rate, inflation rate, foreign exchange rate, and all those things, we call it economic. The same economic thing here also. Social change reflects the changing lifestyle and social attitude of people. The same socio-cultural change. Technological, the same technological change here, right? So no difference actually. This focus on how innovation shift the way we value, the value is produced and delivered. And then we have the legal. Legals are the specific laws and regulations determine the cost and legal protection of operation. And we have the environmental. This involves ecological and sustainability concerns that shape the long-term viability. Now, this environment doesn't mean the environment that we saw, not this environment. This is different, this is different. This speaks about the tree, forest, global warming, pollution, that green environment, right? Nature, that environment. This is not this internal, external, that environment. Fine. Then we have international environment. We have seen macro environment. Now we are going to see international environment. Right? So coming to the international environment. Now international environment is even more complex than the macro environment. Why? Because macro environment, when we see, the analysis will usually be done at a country level, right? And when we speak about international environment, all the macro environment elements are going to be the same, but they are going to change. Completely new political environment, completely new legal environment, completely new social, completely new environmental, completely new economic. Clear? So that's why this is a very complex and diverse set of external factors, right? So how we are going to analyze this? We are going to have three layers or rather three levels, right? This is very important. What are the three levels? First one is global level, second one is regional, third one is country. Global level is whole world. Regional. Regional means specific geographical trade blocks or regional market or similarities, meaning Asia Pacific, right? Middle East. These are regions. Clear? Asia Pacific, Europe, Central Europe, South America, American region. These are regional. And within regions you have countries. Say for example Asia. You have countries like India, China, Singapore, right? Malaysia. These are countries. So it involves deep dive into specific legal economic framework of a single nation, right? So which is we call it the PISTL. So why countries go international? To access new customers, achieve economies of scale and access cheaper resources. Clear? So three reasons. Reason 1, reason 2 and reason 3. Now come to the micro. For micro environment, we have product life cycle. Clear? Product life cycle. What do you mean by product life cycle? Just like how we have our own life cycle, right? Dehinosmin yata dehe kaumaram yavvanam jara. Right? Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita. Just like how the body undergoes stages of youth, childhood, old age, right? The products also undergo cycles of changes, right? We call it the product life cycle, right? Say for example, introduction is there and we grow, we become matured and then we decline, right? The same is true for businesses also. So what usually happens is, right, that's how it will be, right? So introduction, decline, clear? So this is how it's going to be. So every product should undergo this 4 stages. Introduction is, sales will grow slowly as the product is launched and awareness is built. Like the new product itself, please understand, it is not about company, it is about product. The product itself is something very new and getting launched now. The next one is growth. Rapid demand increases. As we progress, many people get awareness of this product, and then growth happens. Rising profit occurs as product gains wider customer acceptance. Here acceptance will be less, acceptance here will be, in growth will be high. Maturity is saturation, a stagnation phase, right? Stagnant. Market saturation and intense competition led to stabilized sales and reduced profit margins. And then finally, decline. Sales fall sharply due to technological obsolescence or changing customer preferences. Right? The product itself decline. Example. So on and so forth. Right? These are the product itself decline. Clear? Value chain analysis. Michael Porter developed this value chain analysis concept. Let us see what it is. So value chain analysis. What Michael Porter does is, he divides the entire business into two, primary and secondary. See, all the business process are like a chain. They are interconnected to one another, and each and every chain adds value. That's why it is called value chain analysis, right? So process 1 and then process 2, process 3 and all, right? At each and every stage, value addition happens, right? This is called value chain analysis. So the Michael Porter divides the entire value chain into two. One is the primary, the other one is the support, right? So value chain analysis, right? So what this Michael Porter does is, each and every component is adding value. Each and every component or process adds value, right? At each and every stage, value is added. Let me give an example. So from cotton, we get a thread. From the thread becomes the yarn, right? Assume it is a yarn. From that becomes the fabric. From that becomes the shirt. Clear? So there are different stages that an item should undergo to become a shirt. So when you buy a shirt, actually listen to this carefully, you are not buying the shirt. When you pay for the shirt, actually speaking, you are not paying for the shirt. You are paying for, listen to this very carefully, value that you are deriving from that shirt. Assume the shirt is torn here. A big torn is here, big opening is here. Not a torn, but an opening is here. Just like how you have torn jeans, you have torn shirt, assume. But it is over torn, right? Think and tell me, will you buy that shirt? You're paying for the shirt only, right? No. That shirt is serving a purpose. You are paying for this to serve that purpose. Clear, huh? So, this value you are paying for is not a one-time thing, but it is a series of activities over which each and every time and value is added. Michael Porter analyzed this. Everything and anything that you take or see is not just created out of thin air, right? So there is a series of steps or processes, interconnected processes connected together, and at each and every stage, when cotton is there, thread is there. Which is more valuable? Obviously thread. Why? Because the cotton is converted. So a thread is nothing but cotton plus value addition, value added. So what is yarn? Yarn is thread plus value addition. Clear? This is value addition 1, value addition 2. What is fabric? Yarn plus value addition. And what is shirt? Fabric plus value addition. So shirt is cotton plus value addition 1 plus value addition 2 plus value addition 3 plus value addition 4. Clear? Sum total of all that creates the gross value. Now this process Michael Porter is dividing into two: primary and support. Support is that supplementary activities that an organization does that supports the primary. Clear? So primary. What are the primary logistics? Simple. Let us take the example of Domino Pizza. To do pizza, what they have to do first? They have to first manage the dough, they have to manage the flour, they have to manage the toppings, the raw material should be managed, the movement of raw material within the organization. I rather make it even more clearer, the physical movement of raw materials within the organization should be made clear, right? Such that if a chef comes, if he just put his hand here, he should get the pizza dough immediately. That is, the raw materials should be ready for operation. So inbound logistics, physical receiving, storing and movement of raw material into production, meaning from the moment it entered, raw material, from the moment the raw materials are entering the factory gate, from that moment till it is operation ready, all the things that you do, unload, move, warehouse, storage, everything is inbound logistics. Come to operations. These are the core process. Now the pizza raw materials are ready, operation ready. What's the next thing? Do the pizza. The chef takes it, he just presses the dough, add the sausage, toppings and all those things, right? That is, he actually converts that raw material into a finished product, that is operation. Core process that transforms the input into finished goods or services. And then we have output. Now the pizza, after, from this point, operation happens. And once the operation is done, from this point till it is ready for the customer, right? It is customer ready. Customer ready in the sense what? You pack the pizza, you just take it and deliver it to the doorstep of the customer. Till that point, we call it outbound logistics. Movement of raw material is inbound logistics. Movement of finished goods. Movement of finished goods becomes the outbound logistics. Clear? And then we have marketing and sales. Assume the logistics are ready, movement of goods are happening. Now the goods are there in customer ready state, meaning the goods are there in the shelf. It is there in the shelf. From the factory it has come to the shelf where the goods will be sold. Assume Lays or Maggi or whatever be it, right? From the factory it is now there in the retail outlet to your nearby grocery shop. You should know that the goods are there in the shelf, correct? Think, what is the use of doing inbound operation and outbound if the customer is not aware that such a good exists and such a good exists here in the shelf. Correct? That is marketing. And once marketing is done, it should be sold. That is next one. These activities communicate value and create demand to generate value is created by these three things, but it should be communicated and it should be sold, right? Revenue should be generated. This is marketing and sale. And then we have after sales services. Pizza is delivered, job done now, customer is complaining, pizza is not hot. What are you going to do? That will be like that only, sir. Will you tell? No. What are you going to do? You go there, collect the pizza and just replace it with a hot one, right? What you do? You do this after sale, right? The service means after sale services. You buy two-wheeler, they give you free service, right? 3 free services. What is that? Service. After sale service. They carry that value not just till the point of sale but also after sale. Clear? Through maintenance, repair and customer support. This is primary. Coming to support. Now these are not primary, they support the primary. Inbound logistics means physical movement of goods and services. Procurement means from where we are going to buy, deciding from where, who is going to, from whom is going to buy, who is going to buy, at what price we are going to buy, leaving tenders, letting out tenders for procurement, deciding the price, determining the market condition, pricing strategies for raw material, procurement strategy. These are procurement. This is a strategic function. Please understand. This is a movement, physical function where the goods are physically moved. This is a strategic function, deciding what to buy and negotiating the terms with the supplier, creating long-term contracts with the suppliers. These are procurement function. Right? Now we have technology. Assume Domino Pizza. You have to take the phone them. They will write the order in the paper, go and give it to the chef. He will prepare it. How it will be? Right? But what do? You place the order in the app. It directly gets reflected in the kitchen where the chef is. Right? The chef will be having a huge TV or something or monitor kind of thing. The order will immediately come directly. He will see it and start preparing the pizza. What is that? Technology. This supports value creation by improving the product design and operational efficiency. Clear? Then we have human resource management. Whatever you have, at the end of the day, you should have a person who does pizza. Am I very clear? There should be a person who does pizza, who prepares pizza. There must be a person, human being, who packs the pizza. There must be a human being who takes that pizza and deliver it to you. It is the human beings who work. They should know the work. Correct? All those human beings who are doing should know the work. They should know that they are working in a particular way. Right? The pizza chef should know how to knead the dough. The pizza chef should know what is the appropriate amount of sausage. For that, Domino's should hire the right people, train them in the right way and give them incentives for their performance. Correct? This is human resource management. This ensures that the right people are hired and motivated to execute the strategy. Infrastructure. This is the total framework. You have procurement, technology is there, human beings are there, the inbound, operation, outbound, everything is there. Everything is there. But all those things are there not as an organized entity. Clear? Human resource, infrastructure, procurement, inbound, outbound. This is not there in an organized framework, right? Things are not organized. What is this? This provides the organizational foundation, including planning, finance, and culture. Clear? The organizational foundation. How the organization is, how they are organized, what is the culture of the people, what is the behavior, what are the paradigms. This is the infrastructure element of value addition. Clear? Now we'll move on to the Porter 5 forces model. This is a very, very, very important framework. What is that? Porter 5 forces says that, the same Michael Porter is asking you a question. How do I know whether, listen to this carefully, whether the industry in which I am, நான் இருக்கிற industry, the industry in which I am, right, the existing industry in which I am is attractive or not? This is the term, industry attractiveness. So who are you? You are the existing player. Clear? You are there in the industry. You should know whether the industry in which I am in is attractive or not attractive. He is telling, for that, analyze the 5 forces. I am giving you 5 forces. If the 5 forces are strong, the industry is less attractive. If the 5 forces are weak, the industry is attractive. Clear? 5 forces. Stronger arundal, if it is strong, attractive. If it is weak, less attractive. Clear? Let us see. The first one is threat of new entrant. You are there in the industry. Immediately, as and when you think a new player can come and compete with you, is that attractive? No. Right? When just like that competition can increase, just like that you can lose your market share. It is less attractive. So you should know when our threat of new entrants will be low, right? That is called barriers of entry or entry barriers. When entry barriers are there, threat of new entrant will be less. Think. When barriers are there, threat of new entrant will be less. That being said, what are the barriers to entry? First one, large capital requirement. When for entering that industry, you need large capital. Example, telecommunication. You can just like that open a new restaurant, right? Just buy a dosa stone, go and get some rice, some handful of urad dal, right? Prepare some sambar, one chutney, just pour it like this. You'll get dosa, just sell it. Just like that, without much capital requirement, you can easily start a hotel business. Just like that, can you start a geo business? Just like that, can you just enter a telecom industry? Is it possible for you to enter a telecom industry just like that? No. Why? Because you need to get the government license. You should establish cell towers, data centers, right? Internet cables, internet wires. Large capital requirement. So in this context, telecom industry is more attractive than, in this context alone, please understand, telecom industry is more attractive than restaurant. Economies of scale. Right? When the firm in the existing industry already enjoy economies of scale, new people have to first come, establish economies of scale, and then only can get a competitive advantage. Economies of scale means the more you produce, as when you produce in huge quantity, the per unit cost comes down. So for the existing players, the per unit cost is already very less. Right? You can't compete just like that with that cost. First you have to get that customer, right? Because producing economies of scale is not important. Please understand. Selling that economic unit is important. Then only you will be realized. Now, brand loyalty and switching cost. What is that? Strong customer trust in established brands and the financial or psychological cost associated with providing it. When the customer find it difficult to switch. Switch means what? Jumping from one place to another, switching the company, switching someone or something like that means you switch from company to company means you move from one company to another company. You are using a particular brand. Is it easy for you to throw that out and take up a new brand? There will be people who will wear only one brand of shirt. Why? In the return agreement. Fundamentally, brand loyalty. They are emotionally attached to that product, right? That's the same concept. So in that case, if an industry is having that qualities, the new player cannot come just like that and grab or pull a customer. Government policies and regulations. Any industry that require government licensing act as a natural entry barrier. Not everyone can easily get it. Mining, can you just go and mine? No, you need government licensing. Government regulation is there. More regulated the market is by the government, less threat will be there. For the existing player, it is more attractive. Please understand. That's why I told you are the existing person. Threat of new entrant, the barrier entry is more, threat is less. It is attractive for you in the existing industry. If you are the outsider, think very carefully, pa. If you are the outsider, this very threat will make it unattractive. Correct? You are there outside the industry. You are planning to enter the industry. There are more threat. For you, it is unattractive. For the people that inside the industry, it is attractive. Clear? Now, this is the first force. Second force is bargaining power of buyer. When in an industry, the bargaining power of buyer is more. When in an industry, the bargaining power of buyer is more, that means that industry is less attractive. Right? Because when the bargaining power of buyer is more, the buyer will do all sort of means to reduce the price. You can't reduce the cost just like that. Cost plus profit is price. They will reduce it. Cost fixed. What will happen? Profit will come down. That's all. Buyer reflects the ability of customers to suppress the industry price or demand superior quality or demand an enhanced service, which directly impacts the firm's margin, that is profit. When will customers' power be high? When will customers' power be high? Concentrated or large volume purchasing. Concentrated or large volume purchasing. You are going to a vegetable shop. You buy in bulk quantity. What you will do? You will bargain. So bulk quantity gives you the power to bargain. That is first point. Second point, availability of alternatives. You go to the vegetable market, you ask for carrot at a cheaper price. The seller is telling, I won't give. What you will do? Okay, I will go to the next person. Meaning, it is not only him who is selling the carrot. There are many people in the market who are selling it. Why I should come to him? If you are not there, someone else is. So buyer is having a lot of options. Availability of alternatives. High price sensitivity. Even a small reduction in price leads to even a small increase in price leads to a great reduce in demand. Price and demand are inversely proportional, right? Theory of demand, I think. Law of demand, right? The same thing. Now come to bargaining power of supplier. Supplier are those people who supply the raw material. That being said, what is the why the question is bargaining power of supplier? When the bargaining power of supplier is more, he won't affect the price. Price will be there, but he will affect the cost. Right? Powerful suppliers can erode a firm's profitability. How? By raising the input prices, reducing the quality of material, and imposing restrictive commercial terms. If you are not buying it from me, I won't supply it to you. Like that and all, he will dictate. When will supplier's power will be more? Supply concentration. There it was buyer concentration. Here it is supplier concentration, meaning most of the people are buying only to him. Right? There are 20 players in the industry in which I am. 20 businesses rely on 1 to 2 suppliers. That's all. Who will dictate? Obviously, supplier will dictate. Lack of substitute input. There we saw availability of alternatives. When buyer has more alternatives, he is powerful. When you don't have any alternative, supplier is powerful. Bargaining power of supplier and bargaining power of buyer both are mirror. Why they are mirrored? Because in bargaining power of buyer, you are the supplier, and in bargaining power of supplier, you are the buyer. That's why it is mirror. Right? There it is availability of alternatives, here it is lack of alternatives. There it is concentrated purchase, here it is supply concentration. High switching cost. Here it will be low switching cost. For bargaining power of buyer, it is low switching cost. Meaning what? He can easily switch. Then the buyer is powerful. Right? Here, high switching cost. It is very difficult for you to switch from one supplier to another supplier because of contract, quality, not availability, price, anything be it. In that case, supplier will be more powerful. Threat of substitute products. More substitute products available for the product. Listen to this carefully. Produced by the industry. Produced by the industry. The entire industry's product itself, the entire industry's product itself is having lot of substitute. It is not your product is having substitute, your industry's product, meaning tea, coffee is a substitute. Right? Ball pen, ink pen. It is not that only one company's coffee is substitutable. Coffee itself is substitutable. That is what is spoken here. Substitutes are alternative products from outside the industry that satisfy the same customer need. Petrol vehicle, EV vehicle, substitute. It is not a petrol vehicle of one brand is a substitute of another. That is not saying here. When this threat will be high, ease of availability. When substitutes are widely accessible and accepted by market, firms face constant pressure to remain competitive. Better price performance. If the substitute is cheaper or they have a better value cost trade-off, that is price performance trade-off, people will go and get them. Customers will readily switch to a alternative if it offers comparable or superior value and utility at a significantly lower cost. The same value the substitute product gives at a lower cost. Appa, by drinking coffee, I get the same satisfaction as that of tea. But tea is cheaper than coffee. People go to tea. I get superior value from tea, but see, tea is also having the same rate. Tea and coffee are same, but I get superior performance, superior value here. I will go to tea. That's all. Now, Intensity of competitive rivalry. Intensity of competitive. The more intense the rivalry is existing business, right? The more intense the rivalry is, less attractive it will be. When it will be more intense? Large number of competitors, obviously. When there are many people, everyone will fight. Slow industry growth. When the industry growth is slow, you won't get new customers. When new customers are not there, the firms should fight for the existing customers. So the fight will be brutal. Then high fixed cost. When fixed cost is high, the break-even point will be high. So to get to that break-even point, they have to produce a lot of goods. So when the industry is by nature having large fixed cost, every firm in that industry will produce large quantity of goods just to break even. That is not the problem. So there are 10 businesses, right? Assume everyone is producing 1 lakh units to break even. What will be the total supply in the industry? 10 lakhs. But the demand itself is 3 lakhs only. Right? What will happen? Rivalry will be very high. All the people will try to push their product into the limited demand. Will fight with one another brutally on price, quality, customer support, anything to enjoy. To enjoy the demand. To enjoy the limited demand. Limited than supply. Clear? Lack of differentiation. Everyone is producing the same product. Fight will be more. They have to compete with the same customer. Done. Porter 5 forces is done. Now, market, customer and competition. Market, customer and competition. Market is a systematic framework where buyers and sellers meet. Now, marketing has 4 P's: product, price, place and promotion. To deliver customer satisfaction, right? You can deliver customer satisfaction in a product, with price, with a place and a promotion. Now, business orientation approaches. What are the different approaches to marketing? What are the different approaches to marketing? First, some businesses may focus on production orientation, meaning input output ratio. They try to make it better. They try to achieve low cost. Why they do that? Because the industry in which they are is price sensitive, right? So in a price sensitive industry, the approach will be low cost, production oriented. Low cost, how it will be achieved? By efficient production. So production oriented. Some will be price oriented. What is price oriented? They do continuous innovation, superior performance, and assume that a technically excellent product will naturally attract buyer. What is it? Production oriented. iPhone. Apple iPhone is price orientation. What they are telling, I will fix the price because I have the quality. Here the price will be very less because the cost is also very low. So this can be any other mobile phone brand. Sale orientation. Some will be in the mindset, I don't have to focus on quality. I don't have to focus on price. All I have to focus on is only the aggressive promotion. There will be no quality or whatever be it. They don't think about it. They just give the advertisement, rapid advertisement, right? The mindset assumes that the consumer will not purchase sufficient quantity unless the organization undertakes aggressive promotion. This is sales orientation towards marketing. Please understand. Production oriented towards marketing. Product oriented towards marketing. Sales oriented towards marketing. And then you have customer or market orientation. What is that? This modern approach places customer needs at the center of all strategic decisions, using market intelligence to design superior value proposition. Right now, here the customer is the center, and whatever adds value to the customer, they are going to do it. Clear? That's going to be the concept. Customer and consumer analysis. Customer is different, consumer is different. One who buys that product is a customer, one who consumes the product is a consumer. Baby products, parents are the customers, babies are the consumers. So the product should be designed keeping in mind the consumer. The product should be priced keeping in mind the customer. Both are may or may not be the same. Customer analysis. This involves a methodological study of targets. That is, what are the types of customer, the age group, the category, education level, everything. Such analysis allows firm to align their product features and distribution channels accordingly, right? So, if a customer segment is very rich, the consists of rich people, the pricing strategy can be accordingly framed. Clear up, same thing. Customer behavior. This explores the psychology of how and why behind purchasing something. Customer is coming and buying a product. Why he is purchasing? It is because of his behavior. It is affected or influenced by external and internal factors. External factor, advertisement, peer pressure. Everyone is having that product, I should also have it. Right? That is external. மேல் வீட்டில் இருக்கு, கீழ் வீட்டில் இருக்கு, அங்கே இருக்கு, இங்கே இருக்கு, உங்கள் வீட்டில் இருக்கா. That is peer pressure. So these are external. No one is telling me to buy. I myself is interested in buying it. Personal motivation, perception, attitudes and past experience. Personal motivation means I am motivated to buy. Will you be motivated to buy anything? Car, house, bike, etc. Motivated to buy. Customer buying decision. Now, a customer buying decision is not a random thing, it follows a sequence. They are telling. What is the sequence? First, the customer recognizes the need. Just like that, a customer will not buy. He will first decide whether it is needed for me or not. Once that is decided, he will see what are the alternatives I have. Right? Alternatives. Compare the benefit and the cost of each and every alternative. Cost benefit analysis of each and every alternative will be done. After that only he will make the purchase decision. And after purchase, what he does? He will consume the product and he will see whether the product delivers the perceived benefit or value. If the answer is yes, he will satisfied customers will make repeated purchase. Dissatisfied or unsatisfied customers may avoid the brand. Not only that, discourage others from buying it. You go to a movie is not at all good, you will not go again. Not just that, you will not encourage your friends to go to that movie. Correct? Hey, don't go, pa. It's not at all good. The same thing. Competitive dynamic and landscape. Competitive strategy. The long-term plan designed to establish a superior position over the rivals is what you call as competitive strategy. Right? It can happen either through cost leadership or differentiation. Remember that. So, it is not just important to gain a competitive advantage, it is equally important to sustain the competitive advantage that you have gained. Competitive landscape analysis. Landscape analysis means a bird's eye view. Landscape means what? You go on top of a mountain. From the top you see river is flowing, grassland is there, woods are there. What is that? The entire landscape you are analyzing. You are not focusing on only one element. You are just focusing on the broad landscape, topography of that industry. That is competitive landscape. A big picture view of the entire industry terrain, moving beyond the individual rivals. You don't just focus on the river. You don't just focus on the grassland. You focus on everything. As a whole, how the industry is. Oh, this competitor is like this. This person is like this. He is here. He is like this. Right? This is competitive landscape analysis, a broad bird's eye view of an entire industry. It involves 5 structured steps. What are they? First, identifying competitors. First, see, this is wood, this is grassland, this is river. That is first step. Auditing their offering, knowing what they offer. That is second thing. Evaluating the strength. Third thing. Pinpointing their weakness. Fourth thing. And consolidating this data. This now, and identifying competitor, auditing, offering, evaluate strength, weakness, all the data you club together and find an exploitable market gap. Most important thing. That's all. Value creation. Simple. Value creation is nothing but the difference between consumer surplus minus producer surplus. The more the value is, more will be the cost. The lesser the value is, less will be the cost. Right? That being clear, consumer surplus means the difference between willingness to pay minus what he actually pays. Willingness to pay minus actual pay is consumer surplus. Actual pay minus cost of production is producer surplus. Then value creation is willingness to pay minus cost of production. So the question is, the value creation is divided between the producer and the customer. Clear? This value creation is the gross value created. Who is taking how much? It's determined by the position they take. If the producer is powerful, he will take majority of value created, meaning his profit will be more. Here the satisfaction will be less. Clear? So if the customer is powerful, the satisfaction will be more because customer surplus will be more, but producer surplus will be less. That's all. So the gross value created will be shared between the producer and the customer. The relationship between cost of production and customer's willingness to pay. Firm create value primarily through differentiation or cost advantage. Analyzing the value chain helps firm identify where to reduce cost or enhance differentiation to improve their competitive position. Clear? Customer surplus, value minus price. Producer surplus, price minus cost. Total value created, gross value created, value minus cost. We'll move on to strategic analysis, internal environment, right? We'll move on to segment 4. We have completed external analysis. We are going to do now the internal analysis, right? Internal environment. Internal means within the organization. Within the organization, what you have? You have a system. You have people working there. That's all. Only two things. People and systems. Systems is the way an activity is done. That is system. That's all. System is way an activity is done. Way an activity is done is system. Who does the activity? People. Clear? Now we have to understand an important thing here. What is that? An important thing. There are key stakeholders. Who is the stakeholder? A stakeholder is one who has interest or influence in the company or both. Right? So, stakeholders are individual groups who influence or affected by the organization's decisions. We have to satisfy, we cannot satisfy everyone, but we have to satisfy the key stakeholders. That is the concept. Satisfy the key stakeholders. Why I can't satisfy everyone? Resources are limited, right? Resources are limited. You cannot satisfy everyone. Okay, good. How do I know he is a key player? There are many stakeholders. Customer is a stakeholder, government is a stakeholder, employee is a stakeholder, equity shareholder is a stakeholder, debenture holders are stakeholders, preference holders are stakeholders. How do I know this particular stakeholder is a key stakeholder? Mendelow's matrix. Use this tool. First is key player. If a stakeholder has high power and high interest, power is influence. He can influence the decision of the company and he is interested in it. Key players. Example, equity shareholders. Keep satisfied. Who are they? High power but low interest. They are not interested in your business, but if they want to, they will exert the power. Example, government. Government doesn't care about your business until your GST returns are filed. Government doesn't care about your business until your TDS returns are filed. Government doesn't care unless you don't break the rules and regulations. Once you do that, you will exert the high power. So what you should do? File GST returns properly. Keep satisfied. Satisfied. So key players, what you have to do? Manage them closely. And then keep informed. You don't have to satisfy them. You just have to inform them. Why you should inform? Because low power, they don't have any power. But high interest. Example, employees. Employees have very low power in the decision making of the company, but they are highly interested in it. So what you have to do? Inform them. Last one, low priority. Low power, low interest. Example, media. They require minimal monitoring unless their position shift. Most important. So position can change. Most important analysis here is this is dynamic. The positions are not at all fixed. It is always dynamic. Media may look like low priority, but if you break a law, if people protest against you, media will become key player. Clear? So the dynamics as to who is key player, who is keep satisfied, who is keeping informed, who is low priority is not fixed. Stakeholder positions can shift between categories during controversies or major environmental changes. Pakka. Strategic driver. What is this? Simple, nothing. One who drives a lorry is called a lorry driver. One who drives a car is called a car driver. One who drives a bike is called a bike driver. One who drives a truck is called a truck driver. The one who drives the strategy is called a strategic driver. Who is pushing that? What do you mean by drive? Truck driver, what he does? He pushes the truck in a particular direction. Correct? He is pushing, moving the truck in a particular direction. So strategic drivers, they move the strategy in a particular direction. So what are the drivers? Who all will move the strategy in a particular direction? I want to do something, but something is pushing me this way. What is pushing me? First one, industry and market. The very nature of industry, the very composition of market pushes the strategy in a particular way. Your strategy is go slow and steady. What is that? Go slow and steady. That is your strategy. But the market is very, very competitive. What you will do? You have no other option. You can't be slow. You have to be quick and swifty. Why you are like that? Why the strategy has changed? I didn't change, pa. It is just pulling me. If you go in a sea, sometimes the wind will push you. You don't have to do anything. If you stand in a crowded place like Kumbh Mela and all, you don't have to move. The crowd themselves will move you in a particular way, correct? Like that, yeah, I am not doing anything. That force is so powerful, it is driving it. I am not driving strategy. Industries is a structured classification of firms producing similar priority. Defining industrial boundaries allow firm to understand the technical standards. So market represents dynamic interaction between buyer and seller. So determining what constitutes the demand and supply, everything drives the strategy. While industries are defined by their output, markets are defined by customers. Industries are defined by output, market are defined by customers. Strategic group mapping. Right? What tool you are going to use for this strategic group mapping? A sophisticated tool used to cluster firms within an industry that follow similar competitive strategy and occupy a comparable market position. Right? What is a strategy group mapping? Very, very simple. We are going to focus on a market, not a industry. Industry kulla there are many markets. Clear? Now coming back, we are going to see that market and analyze what? Competition. We are going to analyze how the competitors are, okay, based on two dimensions. What two? Any two dimension. Any two. Price, quality. Customer foothold, price. More customer footfall, less price. Clear? So what are we going to do here? We are going to analyze the competitive position and the gap here. Industry landscape analysis we saw, right? This is exactly that. What are you going to do? Let us see an example. Reputation among customers, range of products. Take the same example. We told we are going to analyze the competitors in the same market. Please understand this very clearly. Not industry. Within industry, there can be many markets. Within textile industry, Chennai's market is different. Tiruchi's market is different. When I say strategic group mapping, I won't use it at industry level. I will use it at Tiruchi's level, meaning market level, or Chennai's level. That particular market I will be focusing. So what I am focusing? Range of products, reputation. I want to know whether in an industry range of product matters or not matter. Always it matters. Now who sold? Who told? Who said? Definitely not. Some industries may expect different variety of products. Some industries expect only one perfect good. Clear? Now coming back, how do I know whether my industry is this or that? You can easily know that they are telling. How? Now assume there are 5 players, 5 competitors for you. How many competitors in the market? 5 competitors. Clear? One person is having low range of product and his reputation is also here. One person, the range of product is high, the reputation is also looking like it is high. Some is standing here, one is standing here, another one is standing here. This is marking. You are marking against the y-axis and x-axis where these competitors exist. Range of products, reputation. Now what I should do? Now you should know whether this market respects what? This market is expecting range of product not அப்படின்னு எப்படி தெரியும்? How do I know? Now you have to draw a circle. You have to draw a circle. Circle. How? What should be the diameter of the circle? The diameter of the circle should be the market share the company is holding. More market share, more bigger the diameter. This person is having 10% market share. He is having this circle. This is the entire market. Here he is taking 10%. This person BC, B is having 10%. He is also taking this. This guy is having only 5%, small circle. This guy is having 45%, big circle, such a big circle. This guy 20, 65, 70, 30%. From this, what we get to know, this industry doesn't actually value too many ranges. At the same time, this also doesn't value too less range also. This industry focus a balance. So if I gonna enter, I will not have too less range, nor will I have too many range. I will try to bring a balance. Clear? How do I come to this conclusion? By strategic group mapping. Who is there in the group? All the competitors there in the same market with the same customer base form the group. Clear? Variables are specific competitive characteristics such as the variables. He told, right, two variables are there, x-axis, y-axis, two variables. What it can be? Anything. Price, quality, product range, geography coverage, used to distinguish firm from one another. What is the basis of difference in the competition? See that, that's all. To ensure analytical clarity, the two variables chosen from the map must be statistically significant and should not be highly correlated. Most important thing. There should not be high correlation. Meaning, price, quality. Higher, this is obvious. More the price, more will be the quality. Less the price, less will be the quality. This is not even a factor here because these two are highly correlated. You can't take it. Commonly utilized variable includes degree of vertical integration, the breadth of distribution channels, and the level of after sales service. These are even more technical dimensions. So, can I keep degree of vertical integration and level of after sales service? Yes. Are they correlated? No. But you will know which dimension people value the most. Clear? That's the thing. First, what are you going to do? How we are going to construct a map, identify the differentiating competitor variable. First, what you should do? To put the map, you should know what I should put in y-axis, what I should put in x-axis. Right? For that, I have to first identify the differentiating competitive variable. First step in strategy group mapping, fix the variables. Product price, vertical integration, after sales service, like that. Plot the firms using such variables. What we did? Plot. First plot. Don't draw the circle. Plot. Plot the competitors against the variables. Identify the strategic group. Those people there in the similar dot. When two dots are next to each other, they are having similar competition. Meaning, Firms that appear close to each other. A and B are following somewhat similar strategy. But A and C, D, E, F, assume A and F are not following similar strategy because the dots are far apart, not near. If someone is there here, F, F, I, if this guy is there here next to A, that means both these people are actually following kind of same strategy, right? What is that? Less range of product. That's what they focus. Represent the market strength. How? Circle. Circle drawn. What is the diameter? Group's share of total industrial most important. Sales revenue. Market share. Now, what do I mean? Market share based on revenue. If he is having the maximum means what? His sales is maximum. If the total industry's sales is 100 rupees, C's sale alone is 45 rupees. Sales revenue is seen. Market growth or return on capital employed, that and all not seen. Please understand. This tool allows manager to visualize the competitive terrain, identify strategic gaps, and recognize where new opportunities for differentiation may exist. Clear? Good. We'll move on to driver 2, that is customers. Yes. So, driver 1 is the industry and the market. And we studied about strategic group mapping, right? Now we'll proceed to understand the driver 2, which is customer. Customer is pushing the strategy in a particular direction, right? How? Indeed they are. Say for example, you are planning to do something, a business, right? It can be a product or a service or whatever be it. On what basis you're going to fix the end? It is definitely going to be the customer satisfaction, right? Because the customer satisfaction is the key element here. You do everything for the customer, right? If the customer is not happy, then there is no meaning for your business, right? There will be no revenue. When revenue is not there, salary will not be given. Salary not given, employees will not be there. If employees are not there, no functions. No functions there, no revenue. No revenue there, no equity shareholders, no profit, no debenture holders, no interest, nothing, right? So all the other stakeholders will be happy only when customer is happy, right? So if the customer expectations change, won't you change your strategy? You should. You are forced to change the strategy, right? Exactly. However strong the processes be of Nokia, they are forced to change, which they didn't, unfortunately, right? That's why they are out of the market. So fundamentally, whatever you do, you have to focus on the customer, or rather everything revolves around the customer, a customer centered growth. At the most fundamental level, an organization exists because of its customers, who serve as the primary source of revenue and the anchor for all strategic decision making, right? So strategy is shaped by understanding that customers are not homogeneous. That's the main problem here. See, we have to focus on the customer, but the customer is different. No two customers have the same expectation. That being said, the group has diverse needs, preferences, and spending capacity, right? Some might spend well, some might not. Some might need a different feature. Some might look at camera quality, some might look at processing, some might look at the touch sensitivity, right? It differs. Customer value grouping. What are you going to do now? Since the group is homogeneous, not a homogeneous one, it is heterogeneous, we have to group similar customers. Firms categorize buyers into high value, medium value, low value based on their willingness to pay the premium. What they do, they are not homogeneous, at the same time they are not 100% heterogeneous also. So there will be, if you take mobile phone, there will be a certain group of people who really like to have a good camera, and there will be a completely different set of people who would be really like to have a good processor, right? So in that case you can't really go with a one strategy for all fashion. So what you really need is you have to group the customers into small homogeneous groups, right? They are given an example here: high value, medium value, low value. This segmentation allows an organization to strategically align the pricing, product features and all those things, right? So analytically this helps the business identify which segment generate the maximum profitability and where innovation is most required to retain the customer loyalty. Okay, how do I know what customer want? Data analysis. Systematic collection and presentation of customer data allows firm to identify the trends. If you go to any shop, they will be giving you a small pamphlet and be asking you why you are purchasing this. Are you satisfied or not? What is that one thing that you would like to tell us? What area we should improve? What is that? They are collecting data. By measuring the profitability of different segments, management can pinpoint exact target areas for future growth or identify brand perception problems. Clear? This data-driven approach ensures that strategic choices are grounded in objective market reality rather than subjective managerial assumptions. Am I clear? Customer versus consumer, we already saw it. The one who buys the product is the customer, the one who consumes the product is the consumer. So strategic success requires focusing whom? Both. Balancing the customer's budget and purchasing preferences with the consumer's needs. Be very specific. Third driver is product and services. So product or service act as a critical interface between the organization. Please understand, we have two different entities here. One is the organization, the other one is the customer, right? Who is bridging, or rather what is bridging these two? It is the product. It is indeed the product that connects me with Apple. It is indeed the product that connects myself with Samsung. It is indeed the product that connects me with Reliance, or whatever be the industry or the business be it, right? It is the product. From a strategic perspective, product is not merely a physical good, but a comprehensive bundle including software, warranties, after sales services, the brand image, everything that happens and revolve around the product will also be seen as a product in this criteria. Product classification. How products are classified? Industrial or consumer, essential or luxury, durable, perishable. Why? To determine the marketing mix. Very important. Why the grouping is happening? To determine the marketing mix. Similarly, we saw grouping of customers, right? High value, low value, middle value and all those things. Why? For easily targeting that segment. These classifications guide strategic decision regarding pricing, promotion, distribution, everything. So properly categorizing these products will ensure that the positioning strategies are aligned with the functional and aspirational value. Product differentiation. Differentiation means you are trying to be different from the competitor. Aims to create a superior image in the customer's mind through physical attributes, not psychological. Design, or psychological clues like branding. So we have both. Here we speak about the physical attribute and here we speak about psychological attribute. So differentiation can happen through either physical or psychological. How can it be psychological? Because value is what we perceive, right? So what we perceive becomes valuable. If we perceive something as valuable, it becomes valuable. So psychological. Physically similar products appear unique to different target customers. Effective differentiation reduces price sensitivity and builds a protective barrier against competitors by creating emotional attachment. Pricing strategy for new products. When launching new offerings, firm must balance customer centricity, reasonable profit margin, and the need for rapid market share growth. Failure to align the price with the perceived value can result in poor market adoption. Marketing strategy. Now, we have different types of marketing. The one is social marketing. Social marketing can be fundamentally understood like this way. In movies and all, they will give, right, drinking is injurious to health. Wearing helmet is important. RBI is telling you to be cautious. Smoking causes cancer. What is that? They are trying to promote social desirable behavior, pure public welfare rather than commercial. So the objective of social marketing is not to make you aware of a product, but make you aware of a socially acceptable behavior. Clear? Augmented marketing. Augment means expanded or added. What is added to it? Those things that are given as an addition to the product after sales services. Right? These kind of examples focus on providing an extra layer of value, such as installation support. You buy AC, they will also give you installation support. What is that? Augmented marketing. They are not doing a marketing, no, they are satisfying you, right? When they come and install, you fundamentally feel happy because you paid for the AC, you didn't pay for the installation, but yet you got the installation done. What is that? Augmented marketing. Direct marketing, it involves communicating personally with customer. Personally with customer, such that you get a definitive response. That is the most important thing, to trigger an immediate measurable response. They will directly come ask you yes or no. Clear? So this is the product feature. Just chumma tell me, will you buy this or not? When you tick yes, doesn't mean you want to buy. They just want to taking a survey. And then we have relationship marketing. Marketing the relationship. Having a healthy relationship with the customers. Customer relationship committees, right? Customer retention and loyalty programs over one-time transaction to maximize customer lifetime value, etc. Service marketing is a very, very important segment. So what they will do, they might give a case study and ask you what kind of marketing are they undertaking? What kind of marketing strategy are they undertaking? Clear? So should be very clear with that. Due to the intangibility and perishability of services, this strategy emphasizes trust, reliability, and the quality of human interaction. That is service marketing, right? It is intangible. You market a service. Personal marketing. Person marketing means marketing a face. Politicians, what they do? Wherever you see, they will keep their face on it. What they are doing? Person marketing. Strategy focus on shaping the public perception and personal brand of whom? The individual, such as politician or celebrity. Organization marketing. Here in person marketing we promote the person, in organization marketing we promote the organization. Company, when we think about Tata, what you feel? Good company, good values. It may or may not be true, I don't know, but that is what is believed, right? Why it is believed? Because that is what is projected by the company. Clear? Huh? It aims to build a favorable image of the entire entity, highlighting its ethical practice and sustainability initiatives. CSR activities done. These things company does. Why? To boost public image. Place marketing. Habibi, come to Dubai. What is that? Promote a specific location, a city, a state, to attract tourism, business investment and economic development. Enlightened marketing. Enlightened marketing means non-exaggerated marketing. Non-exaggerated. You don't exaggerate the qualities of that particular product. You just tell what it is, what is what. The long-term philosophy that balances innovation and customer value with a broader mission and societal welfare, right? So what you do, you align the product with that customer's actual need and you market that as it is, such that you don't exaggerate. You drink this, you will live for 1,000 years. It doesn't state that. Differential marketing means having different marketing strategy for the same product in two different segments. North India advertisement will be different, the same product South India advertisement will be different. Target multiple market segments simultaneously with customized products or brands to maximize market coverage. Clear? Synchro marketing. Synchro marketing means nothing. We have something called RD sale, right? So people who are not watching this from Tamil Nadu, RD means, I don't know which month exactly. It is June or July, right? The month where there is no seasons at all, right? We don't have any season in that season, we don't have any festival in that particular month. So what will happen? Every month you have a festival, but in that RD month you will not have any festival. To balance the demand, only when there is festival, people will buy cloth and all those things. To balance the demand, what they do, they artificially synchronize. So every month demand is this, and that month alone the demand will be like this, and then again the demand will be this. So to bring this to normal, to synchronize the demand to one normal average, they does something. They give RD offer, buy one get two and all those things, right? This is used to smooth irregular demand. Most important phrase. Smooth irregular demand patterns through pricing, promotion or incentives during off-peak times. Concentrated niche marketing. Marketing focused on one particular customer segment alone. Focus on achieving dominance with one or a few very specific market segment. Only one market segment. What is that? Vegan bags. Clear? Demarketing. Demarketing means applied when demand exceeds supply. When demand exceeds supply, aiming to strategically reduce or shift demand through high prices or limited availability, to demarcate it. What is demarcation? To pull down demand. Marketing is done to expand demand. Demarketing is done to pull down demand. Why they should pull down demand? Many reasons can be there. I'll give you a simple example. You go to any restaurant, have food. After that, when you wash your hand, they will be having a tissue box, right? Where you can take the tissues to wipe your hand. If you see there, they would have written What is this? They are encouraging you to consume less. Marketing means encouraging you to consume more. But here they encourage you to consume less paper. Demarketing. Clear? Driver 4, channel. Channel means what, pa? Channel means path. When we say in TV and all, channel math, change the channel. What does it mean? Change the path of transformation of information. So channel means a path through which something flows. Water channel, a path through which water flows. Current channels, a path through which electricity flows. Clear? Drainage channels, a channel through which the sewage flows. So channel is a strategic path, a path through which the product travels from the organization to the customer. We saw product is the link between organization and customer, right? Organization, customer. There should be something that is linking them both, that is product. So product should move from this to this, right? So there should be something that connects the organization and the customer so that the product can flow through them. This is called channel. Now, how many channels we have? We have sales channel, product channel, service channel, right? So we have fundamentally 3 channels. Let us analyze one by one. Sales channel means channel focused on intermediary involved in pursuing customers and executing the actual transaction. This involves the push the product thing. What is that? Manufacturer, wholesaler, retailer, customer. This is sales channel. That's all. So intermediaries in persuading the customer. Product channel means physical handling, storing, warehousing, transportation of goods from producer to customer. This product channel is nothing but courier charges, right? The courier services, the strong product channel ensures timely delivery, reduces damage, which are critical components. Efficient logistics within this channel are essential to maintain the reliability and cost effectiveness of the entire supply chain. Clear? So it only focus on physical movement of product. Clear? Service channel through which technicians and entities that provide installation, technical assistance and all those things, right? Example, authorized service centers. Authorized service center is an example of the service channel. This channel is a channel through which the services flow. Services means what? Installation, repair, after sale services, everything flows. It is a vital for product requiring ongoing support, as the quality of the service strongly influences long-term brand perception and customer satisfaction. Even if these partners do not sell the product, they are critical partners in growth. Please understand, service channel doesn't sell anything, but they are critical partners in growth. Will you buy any two-wheeler brand where there is no service center at all? Definitely not. So service center determines whether the customer buys the product or not. Service channel determines that. When expanding into new geography, firms would align their channel strategy with the local customer behavior, technology adaptation and customer preferences. So a firm cannot assume one single strategy will work universally. So systematic analysis ensures scalability is supported by distribution networks that is efficient, consistent and competitively positioned. Clear? So these three channels very important. Only these three channels, right? Important. Role of resources and capabilities and building core competencies. Resources are things that you have finished. Capabilities are your ability to use the things that you have. Mobile phone is a resource that you have. The ability to use the mobile phone is capability. When you do that repeatedly, you gain experience or expertise in it. We call it competency. And when a competency becomes VRIO or VRIN, it becomes core competency. Clear? That's all. Meaning a competency difficult for the rivals to copy. Resource, capability, competency, core competency. Resource and capability together create, resource and capability together plus creates competency. And competency, when it is VRIN, it creates core competency. This creates core competency. These are critical competencies. Done. Now, conditions for core competencies. When can you tell a competency is a core competency? Competitor differentiation. The competency is different from that of competitors. The competency is valuable. Customer values the competency. Application or other markets. The customer is able to, we are able to apply that to new different markets. Immediately we push our product to a new market, there also it is still acting as a core competency. It must act as a platform that allows the firm to enter new market or develop new products. VRIN framework. V for valuable. The competency should become core competency. Now it should be valuable. It should be rare. Costly to imitate, non-substitutable, no substitute should be there for the competency. Please understand. Done. Clear? Now come to SWOT analysis. Easiest concept but very important. What they are telling, this is an integration of what? Two different analysis. Internal, external. Environment, internal, external. Internal environment have strength and weakness. External environment have opportunity and threat. This is what is there. How we are going to balance it? Imagine externally you are having an opportunity and internally you are strong. Yes. Oh, an offensive strategy will be undertaken. Just remember this. Internally you are strong, but externally there is a threat. Defensive strategy should be done. Offensive strategy, defensive strategy. Externally there is opportunity, internally you are weak. Turnaround strategy. Transform yourself. Use the opportunity outside, capitalize the opportunity and overcome your weakness. WT, survival strategy or retrenchment strategy. Survival strategy or retrenchment strategy. This is what SWOT analysis really is. Concept 6. Competitive advantage using Michael Porter's generic strategy. Done. Generic strategy means what? Now Michael Porter is telling, to win a market or to gain and sustain competitive advantage, you need to be a cost leader or a differentiator, or you should work in a focused market where you are a cost leader or a differentiator. So, market, broad, narrow or focused. Inside broad, cost leadership differentiation. Inside focus, cost leadership differentiation. Who is a cost leader? Aiming to be the lowest cost producer in an industry. Very important for a given level of quality. Please understand, I reduce the quality and give at the cheapest price. You are not a cost leader. A cost leader is one who can give the product of the same quality, ditto same, nothing changes, same quality at a lower price. Everyone is selling the product at 15 rupees, he is selling that product at 10 rupees. Quality differ arada? No, same quality. But low price. That is called a cost leader. Please understand this. High volume allows, how can you do it? Economies of scale, tight cost control, efficient supply chain, many more. Vertical and horizontal integration. Maybe he might be owning that raw material source which other people not clear. Huh? There can be many things. Say for example, this is chocolate. Everyone is buying chocolate from supplier. This guy is planting his own chocolate farm. Meaning he can source the raw materials at a very cheap price, thereby gaining a competitive advantage. Differentiation strategy. Offering products perceived as very important. I told na, always value is perceived, meaning there is no need that a product should be physically different. Even if it is psychologically different, it is differentiated as a unique or valuable one, allowing for premium pricing. Basis. Uniqueness can be built through product differentiation. Differentiation in features or quality. Price differentiation or organizational differentiation. How? Brand image. Brand A shirt, brand B shirt, both are coming from Bangladesh, but you pay 2000 rupees for that shirt. Why? Brand, right? Advantage, brand loyalty reduces price sensitivity. You will not see whether the cloth is made in Bangladesh or Zimbabwe. What you need is brand A. I will buy. And create a barrier for substitutes and new entrant. Where we saw this? Porter 5 forces. Clear? Huh? Threat of new entrant. When brand value is there, brand loyalty is there with the existing firm. You are the existing firm in Porter 5 forces. That act as a entry barrier for new entrant. Now come to focus strategy. Now these two are broad. Now we'll move on to focus. This one. Focus means focusing on a particular narrow customer segment. Narrowing market scope to serve a specific niche more effectively than broad market. These two are broad market. Clear? Huh? Focused cost leadership, focused differentiation. The same concept. You can be here in focused market. That's all. Only the market scope is different. The concept is same. Achieving cost advantage, offering specialized product, everything is same. Best cost provided. This is very important. You should remember this very carefully because it's a very nuanced concept. More value for money by balancing low cost with superior quality or feature. This appeals to value conscious buyers by offering comparable quality. Listen to this carefully. Comparable quality at low price. Same quality, low price, or superior quality at same price. Superior quality at same price. More quality at more price? No. Why? Cost provider. Best cost, meaning no additional amount should go out of the customer's pocket. Think carefully. Same price. Is more amount going from the customer's pocket? No. But they are getting superior quality. Reduce the price. Is any more amount going out of customer's pocket? No, but they get same quality. Only if these two things are there, we can tell that person is a best cost provider. Best cost provider means only these two things, nothing else. Clear? So we are done with this segment. We'll move on to strategic choices. Segment 3, we saw external analysis. Segment 4, we saw internal analysis. Done now? We understood what is strategy, external analysis, internal analysis. Now, after doing a thorough scanning and understanding of the internal and the external environment, we have to do what? Make choices. Why choices? When you say you have choices, that means what? You don't have one way of doing it. Am I right? You don't have one way of doing, you have many ways of doing. You should know what is the best way for me to achieve the objective. You have an objective. You are here. You scanned the environment, internal, external. Is there only one way to achieve the objective? No. There are multiple ways to achieve the objective. Right? Just like how Krishna says there are multiple ways to achieve me. Jnana yogena sankhyanam karma yogecha yogina. Like many ways to achieve me. Similarly, there are multiple ways in which you achieve the objective. When there are many ways, I should know which way is best for me. How do I know? Strategic choices. Read this chapter, you will know. That's what they're telling. Now, we move from understanding to choosing. Choices. It's a process of being selective and evaluating alternatives to align the organizational capabilities with the long-term objectives like under limited resource conditions. Clear? Now, strategy operates in a gray zone. This is a very important phrase. Where the availability of an option does not guarantee suitability. Just because there is a path doesn't mean this path is suitable. Corporate level strategy determines the overall direction. Corporate decisions serve as the fundamental guide for business units and functional units. Business choices are directed by the specific stage of business cycle, shifting priorities. So who will take this decision? Corporate level will take the decision. Our choices will be same always? No. It differs. Differs by what? Specific stage of business life cycle. If you are in a growing, if your business is growing, you will have different choices. Aggressive strategy might be a choice. But if you are in a decline stage, aggressive strategy is not a choice for you. Am I clear? You should first know at what stage you are there in the business. At what stage you are there, only then based on that particular stage, you will be deciding to choose which strategy to conform. About what I should know. At what stage of life cycle my business is? What is the life cycle stage? Primarily three: growth, stability, decline. In that, I have rearranged it for better understanding. First we are going to see stability, then we are going to see growth, and then at the last you are going to see exit, decline, right? We'll see what is what, right? Come back. Stability strategy. When stability strategy will be undertaken? Who will undertake stability strategy? Stability strategy is focusing on that businesses which are matured. Businesses which are matured. What do you mean by businesses which are matured? Stability strategy, right? So it is for matured businesses. The firm continues to same in the same or similar market with closely related products. Stability is a state of controlled continuity. This is very important part. Stability is a state of controlled continuity. So when stability will be done, when the strategy will be executed, we need two cases. One is when the industry becomes matured. When the business becomes matured, people follow stability strategy. Or this can also be done in growth stage. Not necessarily here, even here they can do it. How? In growth stage, what they are telling, say for example, you are reading. Will you be keep on reading, or will you read for 1 to 2 weeks, stop, stabilize what you have read, and then proceed further? Clear? So even when you are in growth stage, you can follow stability strategy. Why? To consolidate your position, to consolidate internal systems. Clear? So stability means it does not mean doing nothing. Please understand this. It does not mean doing nothing approach. Does not mean. It means a strategic pause to consolidate the position. Right? The firm maintains the product market posture and functional activities while seeking performance gains through internal efficiencies alone. Meaning externally they won't push themselves, they won't push. Internally, how much I can grow, how much I can become better. With that, what I can do, that's what they will think. This low risk approach is chosen when growth opportunities are limited. Why limited? Because the business itself is in stability stage, not growth stage. So startups won't do no. Startups rarely pursue stability. Please understand. They are in growth stage. They will do growth strategy. They require the speed and agility to grow to establish the initial viability. Now come to the growth or expansion strategy, right? This is very, very important one part. This will be done by businesses who are in the growth stage. Clear? What it is? This is actually the most kind of complex thing, right? So if you can observe and understand this is very easy, right? So let us go in a methodological manner. First, the entire growth strategy, they are dividing it into two. 1 minute. The entire growth strategy, they are dividing it into two. Just listen to this. Growth, internal, external. Clear? Internal and external growth. In internal, they are dividing it as through intensification, through diversification. Intensification, diversification, and then they have a small concept called innovation, right? Intensification, diversification, and then we have innovation, right? Intensification is divided into market penetration, market development, product development. Market penetration, market development, product development. Diversification is another thing that is divided as related and unrelated diversification. Related diversification is divided into two. Vertical, horizontal. Vertical is divided into, sorry, related is divided into vertical and horizontal. Fine, yes, yes. Sorry, correct only. Why is this? Sorry. Vertical is divided into forward and backward. Clear? Innovation is separate. External, mergers and acquisitions, strategic alliance. Mergers and acquisitions is divided into horizontal merger, vertical merger, co-generic merger. Horizontal merger, vertical merger, co-generic merger. Vertical merger, forward merger, backward merger. Forward merger, backward merger. If we see all these things, growth strategy is done. Actually very easy. Let us see. First we'll see internal. In internal we'll see intensification first. Intensification meaning what? Intensifying what is existing. Very carefully listen, it is very simple. Market penetration means same product, same market, even more deeper. Existing product, existing market. So market penetration, existing market, existing product. Clear? Market development. What is developing here? Market is developing. So product is, this is product, this is market. Market development means product is same, market is new. Why new? Market is developing. Existing product, new market. Market. Product development na, new product, existing market. Product developed, not existing. Market existing. Clear? If you carefully observe, why it is called intensification? You can only intensify, think carefully, you can only intensify that which you have. Am I right? You can't intensify something which you don't have. Passion intensified, meaning what? You have a passion, that existing passion is intensified. Clear? You have something, at least one, as existing, and that existing is intensified by the new one. That's all. Sorry. Done. We'll move on to diversification. Think and tell. Existing, new, existing. At least one existing na intensification. Appa diversification na both new. New product in a new market. Radical expansion. Simultaneously introducing new product in new market. It is often adopted to utilize surplus resources like manufacturing capacity, financial assets, or managerial talent. Synergetic logic. By adding related businesses, a firm creates value that exceeds the sum total of individual performance. Why they do this? Why they should go for new product in a new market? For synergy gains. Now come to related and unrelated diversification. Related means you are going to the new product in a new market, agreed, but that is not completely new. That is not completely new. Enters related to existing operation. Upper related, existing or no? It is not existing. Related to existing. Related to existing. Related to what? Technology, production, process, marketing channel. Something can be similar, so I am doing it. So this is divided as vertical and horizontal. This is vertical, this is horizontal. When you acquire entities in the forward or backward of the value chain, you will call it vertical. When you acquire the entity of the same level in the value chain, same level, you call it horizontal. That vertical can be backward or forward. If you acquire or enter into the business of the supplier, that is backward. If you move forward the value chain towards the customer, you acquire the distribution channels, then that becomes forward integration. Vertical involves expanding backward towards the source of input or forward towards the what? Customer. This is source of input, this is customer. You are here, backward, forward. Clear? Now, unrelated diversification. You are entering a new product, new market, completely new, completely unrelated. Now come to innovation. Diversification done. Come to innovation. Expansion through innovation. This route emphasizes the renewal and upgradation of product, service, or process to create new value. Innovation effectively results in a diversification of firm's strategic position by creating new value proposition and business models. Right? How innovation creates new thing? By solving complex problems, identify opportunities, develop customer-centric sustainable solutions, and ensure long-term economic viability. These three are the core. Opportunity identification, develop customer-centric sustainability, and ensure long-term economic viability. Right? We have discussed all these in detail in the class. So this is a marathon, you're just running through it. Increasing productivity. Achieve simplification, optimization, and automation of existing repetitive and time consuming tasks. That increase productivity. Improve the overall output generated. Create a ripple effect that improves internal performance across multiple functions. So the innovation creates a ripple effect. What is a ripple? This is a ripple. So when you throw a stone, it creates a ripple, right? It expands, right? Similarly, when you innovate, it impact creates a ripple effect. That's what they're telling. You create competitive advantage through innovation. How? Deliver superior value, retain existing customers, ensure long-term survival and leadership. Clear? Innovation done. Let us move on to external growth strategies. Right? In that we have expansion through mergers and acquisitions. What do you mean by mergers and acquisitions? Two companies coming together to form A plus B equal to C. Merger. A plus B becoming A. Acquisition, or A plus B is becoming B. That is, one company is acquiring other company. Serves as the fastest means of expansion. Mark this. M&A is the fastest means of expansion. Risk reduction. This route saves time. Why? Because the company is already established. You are not going to just go and start your own business from the scratch, like how you did in internal strategy. Synergy in M&A. Successful combination arises when the combined value of two firms is greater than the sum total of individual values. Mergers and acquisitions. Merger is voluntary. Acquisition involves one firm taking control of another. The same concept, horizontal merger, vertical merger. Firm at different stage of the same value chain, same industry and production stage to achieve economies of scale. Why horizontal merger is done? To achieve economies of scale. To achieve economies of scale. Co-generic merger. Co-generic merger means the same thing, completely unrelated merger. Strategic alliance. This is nothing but joint venture. Two companies come together for a particular purpose, for a project, for a particular time, be it anything. Once the project is done, they will dissolve. Independent firms agree to share resource benefits to achieve, very important, specific strategic objectives. So, unlike in merger, A and B lose the identity, correct? What is strategic alliance? A plus B will not become C, they will become AB. Independence. Participating firms remain legally independent while collaborating as long as leadership serves their interest. Firms learn new skills and acquire capabilities like superior technology or establish distribution networks from partners. Alliance help in sharing high cost and risk in capital intensive projects while achieving economies of scale. Competitors can cooperate instead of competing to build a joint competitive advantage or new market. Political advantage. It can be political advantage also. See, I am in Tamil Nadu. Someone might be there in Mumbai, but I want to set up a big project in Mumbai. I want government support, but I don't know anyone in Maharashtra. But that person knows all the government departments and officials there in Maharashtra. What I will do? Partnering with local or influential firms to help overcome regulatory, legal, cultural barriers in foreign market. Foreign not necessarily mean other country, even foreign to your own nation, right? I am in Chennai, Maharashtra, foreign. You are in India, they are in Dubai, foreign. Risk another. Risk includes necessity of sharing proprietary knowledge. Very, very important part. In joint venture, what will happen? Two people coming together to do something, right? This is nothing but actually joint engagement. Joint audit, you say, right? You say 299 or something, right? Joint audit. The exact same thing, right? The exact same thing. What's the disadvantage? When two firms come together, one person will learn from other, right? And what if he uses that knowledge to gain an advantage? The person comes to you, learns how to prepare tea and opens a tea shop opposite to your tea shop, how it will be? Proprietary knowledge is shared, right? That is the biggest risk, and the possibility that the partner may become a future now he is a partner, in future he might become a competitor. Why? Oppositely, he will open a tea shop by learning how to put tea from you. It's a problem. So strategic M&A done, strategic alliance is also done. Clear? We'll move on to strategic exit. Clear? Strategic exit, right? So we saw the stability strategy, we saw the growth strategy, we now stepping into the exit strategy. So fundamentally, exit strategy means you come out of the market. But always remember, coming out will be the last option. So what is the first option? Turnaround strategy, meaning turn around. Now I'm not in a good position, internally I'm weak, externally there is threat, immediately get out. No, first try to transform yourself. Turn around. Transformational strategy. Turnaround is a corrective strategy used to reverse performance deterioration and restore profitability through focused reconstruction. Clear? They tend to reverse performance, transform yourself, right? What are the warning signals? Imagine, how do I know that I should turn around? You should first know you are deteriorating, right? There are certain signals for deterioration. Negative cash flow, loss of market share, low morale, the many more, right? Decline in profit, reduction in customer rates, high customer complaint, high churn rate, high employee turnover. These are indicators of turnaround strategy, right? So when they ask about this, you just write what are all the indicators that a falling company or a failing company will have. You should know, or you know rather very well, right? Negative cash flow, negative profit, and employee turnaround, every negative thing, right? Just mark it down. Most importantly, write this. This is the cornerstone. Always they focus on cash flow, right? Now, how to turn around? What are the stages of turnaround strategy? Conduct a diagnostic performance audit to uncover root cause and map the damage. Evaluate whether recovery is feasible and formulate a strategic roadmap. First, what is the problem? Assess it. And then situational analysis, whether recovery is possible or not. You go to a doctor. Assume this going to a doctor. Assess what the doctor does. First, he identifies the problem. Once the problem is identified, what he does the next thing? Situational analysis. What is that? He analyzes whether it is possible to recover or not. Whether it is possible to recover or not. Step 3. Emergency action plan. You have to take quick actions. You can't aram say do. I'll first eat and then do this. You don't have time. You are falling. You are failing. Implement immediate, high impact fixes. Right? Tightening working capital to stop cash bleed. I told, right? Cash is the most important. Negative cash flow, cash bleed to be stopped. Reconstruct. Now emergency action plan is done. Reconstruct. Strengthen the core by optimizing asset and reconstruct, building the employee morale. Stage 5. Return to the normal. Transition from reactive rescue to proactive growth once profitability is achieved. Divestment. If turnaround strategy fails, listen to this carefully. If turnaround strategy fails, I do this. Even after doing this, I have no other option. What he will do? A doctor will try to first find the problem and try to recover the hand. If he can't recover the hand, what he does? Cut it. Cut the body, cut the hand alone. selling or liquidating part, not the full organization. A full organization done now, that is called liquidation. When full organization is dissolved, that is called liquidation. Here we are not liquidating, here we are divesting, such as division or SBU, when it is no longer strategically viable. Clear? When it is often adapted around turnaround failure, or when there is a strategic mismatch with core competencies. These are the things. When turnaround strategy fails, or when strategy mismatch with the core competency, please understand, here it's not that you are doing bad, it is that your strategy mismatches, so you don't want it. It represents a partial exit, important phrase, aimed at sharpening the strategic focus and stopping value erosion. Sustainability of competitive advantage. How the competitive advantage, you gain it is one thing. The most important thing is you gaining is not enough. You should sustain the competitive advantage. How am I going to sustain it? For that, your competitive advantage should have certain qualities. What are the qualities? Durability, transferability, immutability, appropriability. First one is durability. Your competitive advantage, the competency should be durable. Durability refers to the total length of time a firm's specific resources and capabilities remain a source of competitive advantage. Rate of deterioration. The sustainability of advantage is directly linked to how quickly resources lose the relevance, right? Technological and market obsolescence. If the market itself makes that product or resources obsolete, there is no meaning in it, right? So how long you can withstand, that's what durability pa. Individual dependent capabilities. Always remember, advantages rooted in skills or specific employees can weaken or disappear if those employees leave the organization. A hotel is there. Listen to this example carefully. A hotel is there. Everyone goes to that hotel and have very good food there. But the problem is, the hotel has a very good name because of one chef, one old chef. He retired. The skill gone with him. It is not transferable. Now no one will come to eat the biryani. Why? Not durable. Resilience and resilience of intangibles. Intangible assets such as strong brand equity or positive organization reputation generally retain the strategic value much longer time. So any intangible attribute, retain it for a much longer time. Embedded routine. Organizational routines that are deeply integrated into daily operations are typically more durable than standalone technical assets. Clear up? Now come to second one, transferability. ரொம்ப simple logic. If your skills and resources are easily transferable, you lose. That's all. The extent to which competitors can hire, buy, or otherwise acquire the resources necessary to replicate an advantage. Market availability. If the required resources and capabilities are readily available for purchase in open market, the competitive advantage is easily eroded. Market la available irukku, it will be eroded. Firm specific constraint. The resources are unique to firms or internal relationship are difficult for the competitor to transfer and move. So this is a benefit. Systematic embedding. When capabilities are deeply embedded in an organization's culture or proprietary system, their transferability to other firms becomes highly limited. Done. Sustainability linkage. Competitive advantage becomes more sustainable as the transferability of underlying resources decreases. Next one, imitability pa. Easily imitable. Easily imitable, easy to easily lose the competitive advantage. Imitability concerns the speed and ease and cost effectiveness. Three things. Ease of development, complexity as a barrier. When your capabilities are so complex to imitate, that acts as a natural barrier. Path dependency, been built over a long period. I learned how to prepare a particular dish after 30 years of experience in it. Lifelong experience, long period, difficult to imitate. Cultural routing, advantages rooted in an organization's specific culture and uniquely routines provide a protected position that difficult for competitor to decode, right? So that's what it is. Appropriability. Appropriability means appropriability means, can I appropriate what resources are? No, the benefits arising of the resources. Meaning, I use the resource and the capabilities to build something unique, right? Is the benefit that is coming from that unique resource and capability, is it coming to me or is it appropriated to someone else? That is the question. Firm's ability to ensure that the financial result, benefit generated by its resources are actually captured by the organization. Sustainability is comprised of the economic benefit of an advantage flow primarily to employees, suppliers or other stakeholders instead of firm's own owners. Correct? So the benefit should go to whom? Owner, not to supplier, employee, other. Everyone takes it. I don't have any benefit. Competitive advantage cannot be sustainable. Mechanism requirement is must be in place to ensure value created by the resources translate into tangible economic return. For whom? Providers of capital, owners. Economic translation, strong appropriability is a final essential link that ensures that competitive advantage leads to long-term financial performance of the organization. Strategic options, very important concept. Coming to options. Now we're going to choose different options, right? Which are going to choose? We're going to use many tools for it. The first one is Ansoff product market growth matrix. This is not new to us. Market penetration, market development, product development, diversification. This is the thing. Existing market, existing product penetration. Existing market, new product, product development. New market, existing product, market development. New market, new product, diversification. Clear? ADL matrix or Arthur D. Little matrix. What they tell is, they look at the industry's life cycle. And what is your position in that industry. The industry itself is embryonic and you are dominant. The industry is in growth stage, you are favorable. The industry is matured, you are tenable. The industry is aging, you are weak. Clear? So at each and every stage, what you are going to do, that is the Arthur D. Little matrix. If you are dominant in an embryonic industry, fast growth. You are dominant in an aging industry, defend it. So listen to this carefully. If you are embryonic, you can still grow even if you are weak. But even if you are weak, you can find a niche. Even if you are weak. Why? Time is there. Time is there. If we are children, when we are young, we can do mistakes. We can be weak even if we are young. It is accepted. But we cannot be weak if we are aged. As we grow old, we cannot be weak. That is the exact same concept here. Right? So should I know all these things, what I should do? Broadly, no. Dominant means what are you going to do? Weak means what are you going to do? Write that, right? So usually if you are weak, only in embryonic stage you can find a niche. Next stage alone, withdraw, turn around, Understood? Always there will be a thing. First focus they will try. First they will try to grow in broad. First broad. If not focus. If not turn around. If not only withdraw. Understand this. Remember this. That's enough. First broad. Focus. Turn around. Withdraw. Withdraw or divest. Do divest. Clear? Now coming to BCG matrix. BCG matrix, what it does? It's a portfolio analysis tool. To do what? We are going to segregate the entire portfolio into two different dimensions: market growth and market share. High market share, high market growth, we call it star. High growth, high share. High share, high growth, low share, we call it question mark. Low growth, high share, we call it cash cow. Low growth, low share. What is the strategy? The star is best, but the problem is it is highly competitive. Since star is highly competitive, you have to first invest a lot of money on promotion, advertisement and all those stuffs. So it requires a lot of cash. Where it will get the cash from? Self-sufficient. Why self-sufficient? High market share, high market growth. Self-sufficient. Okay, it is self-sufficient. If not sufficient, cash cow will give. So cash cow don't need cash. No, cash cow doesn't need a cash. Because cash cow is matured industry, stable industry. They don't have to spend any amount on advertising or marketing. Right? So question mark. This is a problem child. Because we don't know whether we should invest or not. What if we invest and it doesn't grow? Problem. Okay. What if we don't invest and it grows? Again a problem. So we don't know whether we invest or not, because it can easily become a dog. Right? Sorry. This can easily become a dog. Question mark can easily become a dog. So that's a question mark thing. And dogs are low growth, low share. What I should do with the dog? Divest it or strategic exit. That's what it's meant here. Right? Divestment or liquidation, exit strategy. Where? Dog. The same concept. General Electric or McKinsey's 9-cell matrix. This looks like a traffic light, right? Green, yellow, red. See the market attractiveness. See your business strength. You are strong and market is attractive. Green signal. Go. Proceed. You are weak. Market is low, less attractive. Don't go. Divest. Clear? So in vertical axis, we have the attractiveness. This is a broad assessment involving factors like market size, growth potential, or whatever it is, right? So this is the most crucial point here. Here we are given the freedom. We are given the freedom to determine what is attractive for us. In Boston Consulting Group, we don't have the freedom to choose what is high growth or what is low growth. But here we have the freedom to choose what is attractive. For one business, market size may be an attractive thing. For another business, growth potential may be an attractive thing. For the other, regulatory risk may be an attractive thing. Less regulatory risk, more attractive. So you are given the flexibility, right? You are given the flexibility using multi-factor indices. Only two factors are there. This is template within which business strength. What is business strength? Up to you. You take. It can be brand image. Can it be profit? Yes. Can it be margins? Yes. Can it be distribution efficiency? Yes. Can it be managerial quality? Yes. Your wish. Whatever two dimension you want, you compare and see what it is. That is the power of GE Electric matrix. The top row mandates aggressive growth. Middle row suggests protecting strong position. bottom row harvest, grow, stabilize, harvest. That is the strategy. Top, middle, bottom. We'll move on to the last segment, strategy implementation and evaluation, right? Yes, so strategy implementation and evaluation, right? So this is going to be a lengthy chapter first of all. So we'll just cover what is the most important concepts here, right? So first we'll skim through everything, but we're going to cover all the important concepts thoroughly. First of all, implementation evaluation. First, the steps. You all know the step: vision, mission, environment analysis, strategy formulation, implementation, evaluation, and control. The formulation is a managerial process. Implementation is a functional process. Right? Strategic versus operational planning. Both are not same. Strategy involves formulating a plan. Operational means actually knowing what to do correctly, right? It is responsible of senior leadership. What strategy? Operational is middle and lower level. So strategic planning, corporate, business and functional, operational planning. It is interactive, dynamic process, and all those things are quite common, right? Let us go to this one, strategy implementation, definition and scope. Strategy implementation is the operation oriented process. That being said, you should first importantly know the relationship between formulation and implementation. Think and tell which is more important, formulation or implementation. You might say formulation is very important, right? Even if you don't formulate and you implement something, you can still go somewhere. But if you don't even implement it, you just formulated it, everything will be there in the paper. That's all. Formulation speaks about effectiveness. Effective means doing the right thing. Implementation speaks about efficiency, doing the thing right. This is doing the right thing. DRT is effectiveness, DTR is efficiency, implementation. They have built a matrix. First, good strategy, good implementation, superb point. Ideal meaning rarely happen. All good things rarely happen. Competitive position where well designed strategy is successfully executed. Second one, flawed strategy, superb implementation. In this scenario, strategy execution skills are wasted on a defective plan, requiring management to redesign the strategy. So what you have to do? Redesign the strategy. That is the thing. Square 3, sound strategy, weak implementation. Worst. The firm possesses a competitive plan but fails due to lack of resources. Right? They have to build what? Execution capacity. Here, redesign strategy, execution capacity. This is the worst. Flawed strategy, weak implementation. This is worst case scenario. Right? This is worst case scenario. Efficiency, effectiveness. Effectiveness means doing the right things. Efficiency means doing the thing right. Linkage. Formulation affects implementation. Forward linkage. This implementation, after implementing, we will know whether we did it correctly or not, whether our strategy is still relevant or not, whether we have underestimated ourselves or overestimated ourselves. All this we will be knowing here. Right? So with the implementation, the future formulation will be affected. That is backward linkage. Strategy formulation dictates implementation, forward. Implementation influences future for strategy choices. That is formulation. That is backward. Formulation, implementation, forward, backward. That's all. So it's a cyclical process. You formulate, you implement, you evaluate, again you formulate, you implement, you evaluate. Programs and projects are the tools. Program means what? Set time bound activities. Start inter SM. Whenever you speak about change, you speak about digital strategy. That is very important. Strategic change through digital transformation. Come on. Definition of strategic change. Strategic change means involving significant organization wide modification. This is the core part. So digital shift from analog data, we are moving to digital data. That's the fundamental in digital shift. Digital transformation integrates digital technology into what? All businesses, organization wide. See, these are the key terms. Fundamentally changing operation processes. Now, what are the steps in strategic change? Recognize the need for change. That is the most important thing first. First, you should know that you should change, right? So, whether existing corporate culture and current strategies remain supportive illaya, you should first analyze, right? Identifying these gaps provide empirical justification required, because you should understand, when you go to the equity holders or stakeholders and say we are going to change, they will not accept. No one accept change. No one want to change. The first question they will ask is why. So you should prove them, right? You convince the stakeholders, right? Imagine employees. You tomorrow go and tell we are going to change the way we function. Will they accept? Definitely not. And that maintains the status quo is no longer viable. Clear? You have to convince them. For convincing, you should first recognize the importance of change. Creating a shared vision to manage change. Senior leadership must develop a compelling future state. See, if we change, we will go to that place. Like that, we have to create a vision, a compelling vision. Consistent and credible communication. Institutionalize the change. Change should happen not just in one department, but to the whole organization. Must be embedded into systems, process, and daily work culture. It should become a part of your daily thing, right? Continuous monitoring, periodic review are essential to detect it. Kurt Lewin's model of change. What is the link? You want to change. First, the problem here is the habits, they get thickened, they harden with time. What is needed is you have to unfreeze the ice cube. Imagine an ice cube. Your cube is layer like this. You want to convert it into a rectangular cube. What are you going to do? First, take this cube. You can't chisel it. Unfreeze it. It will become water. And then change it to a new mold. This new mold. And then again put it back in the fridge. That's all. Unfreeze. Preparing the individual for change. How? By breaking down existing attitude, customs, traditions, and all those things. Next, creating the new situation. Once the organization is mentally prepared, new behavior, process, and technology practices are introduced and implemented. Behavioral change is secured through external motivation. Individuals adopt new behavior patterns by emulating respected role models, leaders, or high performing peers whom they admire. Right? So there should be an identification thing. There should be compliance, and they should internalize. That becomes a part of the individual, right? They accept the new value, belief, and all those things. And then we have refreezing. Refreezing is again bringing the new one as a normal, a new normal. newly adopted behavior until it becomes a routine, a part of you. Continuous reinforcement. So without a deliberate refreezing plan phase, there is a high danger that employees will return to familiar inefficient habits. Please understand. So they can't be as water for a long time. That is the Kurt Lewin model. Unfreeze, change, refreeze. Clear? Essential elements of strategic change management in digital transformation. What you want to first define the objective, why we want to transform, assess the current state and identify the gap, the same concept. Create a roadmap for change. We are going to do like this and then implement it. That's all. So change management strategy for digital transformation. This is a very important, frequently asked one. Change management strategy. Before building a strategy, first you follow it. Begin at the top. Ensure necessary and desire. Ensure it is necessary. Change is necessary. Ensure it. And then create a desire for it. That's what we saw above, right? Shared vision and manage change. Compelling future state. What is that? Desire. See, if you change, we will go like that. Like that you tell. Reduce disruption. Reduce disruption. Disruption is minimized by communicating early, providing necessary skills and all those things. Encourage communication. Because change management is difficult, people may not communicate it. So you should encourage them. Tell them where you are struggling. Tell me, I will help you. Like that you should tell. Transparent and honest dialogue. Reduces fear. Dispels rumor. And helps surface operational issues for ease of resolution. Recognize change as a norm. Change is normal, pa. Like that you should tell. In digital era, change is continuous. It is happening. Organizations must institutionalize change readiness, meaning every part of the organization should be ready for change at any time. Anticipate rather than just react to evolution, meaning they are telling be proactive. Practical measure for managing change. How to manage change effectively? Because change is haphazard in nature. It is non-linear in nature. How are we going to change it? How are we going to manage the change? They are giving you certain tips. What is that? Aim specification. Yeah, you want to change? First, define what is the outcome of the change. That is first step. Once that is decided, communicate that outcome to everyone. Build transparency, build trust, and then resistant preparation, meaning what? Many people will resist. Expect it. That's what they're telling. Expect the worst. Treating resistance as a feedback allows managers to constructively identify, address gaps in communication, training, and planning. Gradual implementation. Don't implement everything at one point. Gradually implement it. Assistance and training. Give assistance and training. Wait patiently for people to learn and adapt to the new normal. Clear up? Specification, transparent communication, resistant preparation, gradual implementation. A phased approach. Important phrase. And employees to adopt progressively, reducing implementation risk and operational disruption. McKinsey's awareness framework. What this McKinsey is telling is, you want to change, right? Change is very difficult. No. Change is difficult, but not all aspects of change are difficult. Aspects of change are, yes, there are pillars or elements of change. Whenever you see the word element, your mind should get into the concept of awareness framework. Whenever you see the word element, McKinsey's awareness should come. That's all. Always. In the case study, whenever you see the word element, McKinsey's awareness should be the thing. They are telling, divide that into hard and soft. Hard elements are easy to identify, measure and change. These are tangible. Upper soft, intangible. Harder to quantify, difficult to Identify. Clear? What are the hard elements? 3 hard, the 7S framework. 7S. 3 hard, 3 soft. 3 hard is strategy, structure, and system. The strategy is written in a paper. Can it be changed? Yes. Structures written in a paper. Can you identify this is the structure of the organization? Yes. When you can identify hard, you can change it. The logic is very simple. Whatever you can identify, you can change. System. Can you identify the documented processes, routines, IT applications? Yes. Come to soft elements. Shared value. How can you identify? Style. This is the style of working. You can see the style now. It is not about identifying. It is about identifying comprehensively identifying it. Staff means what? The people working in the organization, the number, the talent, motivations of the employees. How can you measure the motivation? Skills the employees own, specific capabilities and competencies the employees in the firm that enables the execution of strategic tasks. Interdependence and strategic alignment. You should take a holistic approach. Ripple effect, already we saw, right? You put a stone, ripple effect. So change in one, change in all. Transformational logic. While planning often focus on hard element, we have to focus on soft element also. Ripple effect, change in one, change in all means what? You change one element, all the other elements will also be affected. A shift in one element often requires different skills, device systems, new leadership, etc. Meaning requires a shift in other elements also. Limits of the model. External factor. It largely ignores the external environment. Performance metrics. The model does not clearly define or measure specific organizational performance outcomes. These are limitations. It ignores the external factor. Why? All these are internal. All the 7S framework, all the elements are internal. So external environment is neglected. Performance metrics. No clear performance metrics. We just speak about what is manageable, what is not manageable. That's all. Static nature. Less adaptable to rapidly changing. You can't keep on identifying softer, harder, change, not change and all. Because environment is very dynamic, you can't waste your time here. It does not explicitly address the gap between formulation and implement. It just says the change is difficult because of soft elements. That's all. It doesn't identify the gap. That's a limitation of it. Organization structure. Structure is a formal framework to define how task, authority, and coordination happens. That's all. Right? So that being said, what are different structures given? The first one here you have a functional structure, right? Or first let us have a simple organization structure. Simple structure suitable for small enterprises. Centralized decision making will be happening. So staff act primarily as an executor. That's all. So small firms to compete against large firms. Bureaucratic rivals through rapid response to environmental changes is most flexible. Right? Limitation is inadequate when firm grows, obviously. Functional structure. When the entire business is divided as functions, we call it functional structure. That's all. Advantages, specialization is there. Economies of scale within functional department is there. Simplifies administration and reduces risk. Limitations, functional silos. Silos means what? Every function thinks only about themselves. Managers may develop myopic short-sightedness. Divisional structure. Division means what? Group of functions clubbed together to form a division. Fine. Why we have it? Because beyond a point, functional structure cannot be followed, because this expanded scope of the business is so vast that one functional department cannot cater the need of the entire vast business. So what we do? break it into divisions. Head office, Chennai branch, Bangalore branch. Under Chennai, procurement, sale, marketing, procurement, sale, marketing. These are functions. These are functions. This is division. Division 1, division 2. So, on what basis division can be there? Geographical area, product or service, customer, process, anything. Strategic versus operational balance. The strategic planning is often centralized at headquarters, while operation decisions are largely decentralized. Strategic centralized, operational decentralized. Clear accountability, improved managerial development, and facilitate ease, growth, and diversification. These are advantages. Limitations, again, high operation cost. Why? Each and every departmental manager will be there, cost will be more. Risk of inconsistent company-wide policies. Each and every division should have similar coherent policy. One division has one policy, other division has another policy. No coherence at all. Multi-divisional. Many divisions club together to form multi-divisional. Multi-divisional or M-form structure. What is that? Used when firm is less diversified, allowing the corporate to manage or monitor the competitive dynamics of the particular division, right? So what are the advantages? Reduces the top management overload. Enables rational resource allocation by comparing divisional performance and growth potential. If more growth is happening in a division, more resource will be allocated. Excess focus on financial outcome alone. We just saw above, right? Divisional performance. Performance means returns. It is only financial. May undermine the long-term competitive advantage, right? Strategic business unit. Grouping related businesses, the most important hint word that you must know. Grouping related businesses into manageable units. It's called SBU, where each and every unit represent an industry. SBU logic, it breaks away from territorial logic. Each SBU has its own identifiable set of competitors and an independent business identity. That's why I told identifiable set of competitors means different industry. What are the three levels? Corporate level, SBU level, division level. So under SBU there will be many divisions. Ensure related product service uniform strategic treatments. Facilitate easier comparison among divisions. Ensure better resource allocation. Do the portfolio management easily. Matrix structure. Matrix structure means dual reporting power. Matrix means this is called matrix. XO you play na. This is called matrix. This is like looking like this, right? Where each and every person will be reporting to two managers, a functional manager and a project manager. Belong to a permanent functional home. This is permanent. Project is temporary. Specialized but work in a temporary project or unit. How it goes? Cross-functional task force for special issue. A project will happen. A project manager will be assigned, and each and every member from a functional team will be called, and a group will be formed. So each and every person will be working under a functional manager and a project manager. This functional manager permanent, project manager temporary. Very clearly you should remember this. Product brand management, mature matrix where dual authority is permanent and equal. Who is superior? Understand this carefully. Just because he is permanent, he is temporary, doesn't mean functional is superior, he is inferior. Both are equal. That's the problem. That's what we're going to see. Unity of command is not there. That's a limitation. High administrative cost. need to have more managers. More manager are, yes, project manager, functional manager, project manager, functional manager, project manager, functional manager. Right? Unnecessary double cost. Advantages: high efficient use of specialized talents, high strategic flexibility. These two are advantages. Network structure. Network structure is nothing but highly temporary structure. Network means what? This is network, correct? It would look like a network. This is how the structure will be. Every entity or department will be existing and the central core will be there. When work comes, whatever entities they have to club with, they will club. If they don't want marketing, they will not club with them. Only this becomes the structure. It operates as a central coordinating hub, outsourcing significant operational functions to external partners. They only have one small room, and then they will sit there. Outsource manufacturing, outsource packing, outsource logistics, outsource everything. Will they outsource everything? Should they outsource everything in a network structure? No, not necessary. Only the core competencies will be exclusively maintained by them. The web design, right? Relationships are non-hierarchical, client-based. Everyone is a client. He is a client for everyone. Accounts, there will be a company doing accounts. They will outsource it. Everything will be outsourced. Extreme flexibility. Achieve high cost efficiency by eliminating fixed internal departments. Very important phrase. Limitations. Heavy dependency on external partner. If someone says, no, I can't work, gone. You have to look for other people. High dependency on external people. Over specialization may expose a firm to strategic vulnerability if wrong partners are chosen. What if this guy is not the right person? The quality will be affected. That's a problem. Hourglass. This is top management. This is lower management. This narrow one is the middle management. Broad top, narrow middle, wide bottom. Wide bottom. Clear? Technological driver. Who will use it? Only advanced IT based or technologically inclined based companies can do it, because the pressure on the middle management will be very, very high. Only few are there. So how will other work will be done? Automated. The middle manager, people will be less. AI and all other automated systems, they will replace the management. Drastic reduction in organizational salary cost. Most important. Faster decision making. Limitations. Increased workload and pressure on remaining lean management. Problem. Increased workload. Everything will come only to them. High over dependency on technology. That's another problem. Organizational culture. Culture means the collective way of people working and doing something in a particular way. Collective personality. It serves as an internal compass, right? So how things are done will be determined by culture, right? So to understand it very simply, culture is nothing but when you stamp a book accidentally, what you do? Immediately do this, right? Why? Culture. Do you consciously do it? It comes unconsciously, the invisible force, right, that dictates how the member think, feel, why he speaks the way he speaks, why he thinks the way he thinks. Everything will be determined by culture. Culture is manifested through consistent action. What you consistently do become your culture. Every day getting up at 4 o'clock, 4 a.m., that becomes your culture. It's shaped by stakeholder relationship, reward systems and everything. What you reward, people does. Beliefs can originate from founder, powerful leader or anything. And it's a top and bottom approach, right? Culture, strategy, relationship. Culture acts as a powerful enabler. It becomes a serious barrier. A powerful enabler, but a serious barrier, because culture is difficult to change. Benefits of strategy supportive culture: motivate employees, work habit and collaboration, thereby strengthening the organization's overall execution capability. Right? Yes, this one. Strategic leadership. Coming to strategic leadership, the core thing is the leader should be the face of change, should be the face of the organization. When you think about Tata, the first thing that comes to your mind is obviously Ratan Tata. Why? He was a strategic leader, right? He is the destiny shaper, he is the vision aligner, he lives by the strategy. He doesn't just frame strategy, he doesn't stop with framing strategies, he lives by that empowerment philosophy. He empowers the people based on Tao's wisdom. The highest form of strategic leader empower people to achieve result themselves through subtle guidance. Managerial frame of reference. Foundation assumptions. This refers to specific set of assumptions or accepted wisdom that forms the foundation of the manager's mindset. So manager frame of reference will be what? A leadership mindset comes from foundational assumptions, contextual understanding, the way he understands the context around him, mindset conflict. Competitive battle in modern business often witness conflict between different managerial mindset. Cognitive complexity. Leaders must adapt these frames of reference to handle cognitively complex and ambiguous information. Adaptable requirement. If in rapidly changing contexts, leaders must be willing to abandon old wisdom to embrace new strategic realities. Clear? Now, the multifaceted role of a strategic leader. The multifaceted role. What is the multifaceted role here speaking? A leader should be what? A visionary, a chief entrepreneur, a strategist, a chief administrator, a culture barrier, resource acquirer and allocator, capability builder, process integrator. These are non-explanatory, self-explanatory rather, right? Crisis manager, spokesperson and negotiator, motivator, arbitrator who resolves conflict, resolve internal dispute and conflict. Fairly self-explanatory, right? Situational leadership style. What are the styles of a leader? An authoritarian, rule follower, perceptive listener. He might be a very good listener. Compromising decision making. Necessary when leader must find a middle ground. Sometimes a leader should compromise. Always remember. Sometimes a leader should compromise decision making. Participative leader. He should involve all employees in the decision making process. Please understand. Participative doesn't mean he should go and participate. He should make everyone participate. Coach or a advisor rather than a dictator kind of thing. 5 roles of strategic execution: monitor and problem solving. Leaders stay ahead, right? Building a spirit de corps, meaning what? A spirit of unity. A spirit de corps means unity. A spirit of unity. Corps, right? That's how the corps came, the comrade and all those things, right? Spirit of unity. Responsiveness and innovation. Leadership keeps the firm agile. Ethical leadership must insist on integrity, pushing for corrective action. Results fall short, leader must ferret out the root cause, meaning he should ferret out the root cause of it. Leadership approaches. This is important. There are two approaches. One is transactional leadership, the other one is transformational leadership. Transactional means what? First, let us see this. Putting rules, regulations, incentives for working like that. Old school, right? Designing systems, controlling activity, formal authority to exchange reward, most effective in stable environment. This approach focuses on smooth operational functions, right? But transformational is he is charismatic, inspiring, to motivate people. It is most effective in turbulent environment or poorly performing firms that require radical strategic change. This style encourages innovation and motivates fellows to exceed their own initial expectation. So they will make work beyond the money they give naturally. But if you work more than what is required, I will pay you, like that he will tell. Right? So he reward performance. He motivates, encourages them to innovate. He reward. He encourage. Encourage innovation, reward innovation. That's all. Strategy control. Control is very, very simple part. This is nothing but that standard costing you would have read, right? Standard costing. Set a standard, measure the actual, compare the actual with the standard and analyze the deviation, take corrective actions to minimize the deviation. You would have read, right? Exact same thing. The strategic control is nothing but standard costing. Objectives and standard, monitoring and measuring, comparing and analyzing to detect deviation. Correct? Exact same thing, nothing new. Feedback and correction. Right? Levels of organizational control. It happens at 3 levels. Operational control at functional level, management control at business level, strategic control at corporate level. Every individual task and specific transaction operation, daily day-to-day operation, operational control. Integrated activity of entire department, resources obtained and how it is used effectively, overall performance of both short-term and long-term enterprise objective, business. The strategy of both formulation and implementation stage act as a early warning system. Very, very important. Strategic control act as a early warning system to track strategy relevance amid environmental shift. 4 major types of strategic control: premise control, strategic surveillance, special alert, implementation control. Premise. Come to my premise, you will tell. Premise means a foundational place, a permanent place. The foundation. What is the foundation of strategy? Assumptions. People build strategy based on assumptions. Right? So, if you want to control the assumptions, that means what? You're going to check whether what assumption you made are still relevant to the current environment. So they track the environmental factors, monitor the industry factors, and specifically determine whether the premise is still valid. Valid means in line with the environment, or is there any deviation? If there is deviation, reduce it. Surveillance. Surveillance means what? That broad surveillance camera kind of, right? You're going to open your eyes, open your mind and broadly survey. Why? Because some premises you might have missed. Because there can be many psychological factors like heuristics, paradigm, etc. So you might have missed certain assumption. You wouldn't even know that you are assuming something. That is the problem. Just like how we don't know that we don't know. Right? We don't know that we don't know. Like that, you don't know that you are assuming. That's the problem. So, here what we do, it's a broad-based, unfocused, general monitoring. 3 important phrases. Unfocused, broad-based, general monitoring system. Relies on casual environmental scanning. Uncovers unanticipated information. Right? How are you going to get it? Reading business news, attending professional meetings. You sit in the plane next to a CEO, you speak with him. From him can you get an information? What is that? Strategic surveillance. You survey for any information strategically. Clear? Special alert control. Special alert enna parthom? Only when there is a deviation, alert will come. Deviation in the sense, in case of emergency. Fire extinguisher is there, special alert control. In companies, the fire alarm will be there on top, special alert control. Only, will it make sound every day? Will you open the fire extinguisher and just playfully do it? No. Only when fire comes, you do, right? Same thing. Immediate reassessment of strategy in response of sudden, unexpected, disruptive event, earthquake, natural calamity, terrorist attack, sudden policy change, a sudden change, drastic change in the environment, political, legal, social, technological environment, often involves dedicated crisis management team. Very important phrase here. Please write these things. Dedicated crisis management team should be there. When problem comes, they come and solve it. Implementation control. Assess whether the overall strategy needs modification as major plans are converted into incremental sequential actions. Clear? Here you control the operation. Implementation control involves tracking key strategic initiatives to determine if strategy is proceeding as intended. So implementation control has two things. Thrust, milestone. Thrust means push. Something should push the implementation, whether it is pushing in the right direction, that is monitoring that. Milestone means what? A specific point to cross. Are we crossed that point or not? Check that. Critical time frames, key event, major resources. You want to become a CMA. You want to become a CA. Clearing CA inter will become the, so I just completed the CMA batch, so CA inter. So clearing CA inter becomes the milestone. Clearing 2 years articleship becomes the milestone. Determine whether continuity, modify or completely redirect the organization's strategic path. Strategic performance measures, right? Performance should be measured. How? Through key performance indicators, having a specific cause and effect linkage. So, effective measure must reflect a clear relationship between current performance indicator and a future strategic outcome. So, whatever you are measuring, there should be a definitive relationship between the thing that you are measuring and the outcome that it gives. That's what they are fundamentally telling. Just give me a minute. Yes. Behavior impact. Key performance indicators strongly influence employees' behavior, right? Because they will be constantly tracked. They have to, key performance indicator means what? A measurable metrics, that's all. When a measurable metrics is there, they will be constantly monitored and they should be achieved. If not achieved, they will be questioned. They must be designed to promote action and support rather than hinder the strategy. So this KPI should promote or support the strategy and not hinder it. That's very important. Rational forces, political forces. Implementation is supported by rational forces such as openness, transparency and all, and it is suppressed by certain political forces such as internal power structure, empire preservation, rivalry can act as a political force that lead to knowledge hoarding or resistance to transparency. 6 types of performance measure. What all the areas against which I should give the performance measure? Financial, customer satisfaction, market measure, employee measure, innovation, environmental. Financial measure, net profit, gross profit, return on investment, EBITDA, NOPAT, EPS. These can be KPI. Customer satisfaction, number of customers stepping, number of 5-star ratings you got, etc. Market measure, market share you achieved, market position you reached. These are market measure. Employee measure, employee turnover, how many people promoted, like that. Innovation measure, how much amount spent on R&D, how many new products came this particular year. Innovation. Environmental measures, How many trees planted? How many water waste disposal plants were established? Got it? Huh? These are what? KPI against these areas. These are areas against which KPI will be fixed. Clear up? These are not normal creation criteria for selecting the right measure. Now, how do I know whether this is the right measure for this? I told, right, employee environment means number of trees planted, etc. I just an example, but in real business they should really specifically know what KPI. How do they know it? Strategic relevance. Every measure chosen should be directly linked to the goal. Data availability. Data required for measurement must be readily available. Data quality. Decision must be based on accurate and reliable data. Data timeliness. The KPI which you are tracking should give timely report. It should be a leading indicator, not a lagging indicator. Leading indicator means indicator that indicates something before the event comes. The data should be timely. So the data should be relevant. The data means data measured from KPI should be relevant. The data should first be available and it should be of good quality. It should be timely. Right? These are the qualities. Done. So all the very best. Read the case studies properly, fully, and as you read, mark what are the concepts. Just skim through all these 6 segments. 5 segments is there in the book, right? So all these segments you skim through, right, in the mind as you read the case study, and at the end conclude with what concept it is. Use the keywords. Every concept I have given keywords. Every concept you see, you will be given keywords, what words I should write. And you will also have a difference kind of thing, a small summary box kind of. Every concept has keywords. What word should write? So what you do, you read the case study, you understand the concept, you know the keywords, you know what to do. Right? That's all. Clear? All the very best. You're going to do great. Right? Good. Thank you.